Okay, I am calling to order the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of August 4th, 2021. We'll start with a roll call.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call, and I'll start with Vice Chair House.
I am here.
Commissioner Dordan.
Here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds is absent. Commissioner Lundvik is also absent. Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
And Chair Grumbine.
It's not here yet.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, first order of business is public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion.
Thank you, Vice Chair House. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on an item not on today's agenda, please follow the instructions on screen. Ms. Penofsted, did we receive any written correspondence for general public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did not receive any written correspondence for general public comment. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised in the audience for public comment. So the commission is back to you.
And I see Chair Grumbine has joined us, so I will
Yeah, sorry.
him.
Sorry, I had a thing come up the office here, and yeah.
That's quite all right.
So, all right. Thanks for taking it so far. So we're on to item B then, approval of the minutes. Is that right?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Second.
All right.
Mr.
All right.
Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Mahan, second by Commissioner Uli. Vice Chair House.
On item 5 on page 7, I am thinking that to anybody who looks at this, they would be confused why there are two identical motions. And I would suggest, if it's acceptable, to put in between the two of them, discussion, no commissioner, no, let me say, the comment would be the applicant requested a denial, but no commissioner would make a motion for denial. And then the second motion makes a little more sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think that does make more sense. Mr. Hamilton, was there any reason that couldn't happen, like was just suggested? It's a little odd, and I was wondering a little bit the same thing. It kind of threw me for a loop for a little bit.
Chair Grumbine and commissioners, We did review this with staff, and this was the appropriate agenda layout or minutes layout that we agreed upon. However, we can look at it again and determine whether a line to clarify in between the two motions can be added. The risk is that we, would just confuse things further by including more information. Ms. Chernovskaya, do you see any issue with that?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. No, I think I can probably add in a line that clarifies that motion.
Okay, I think given the commissioner's comments, that would help.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Would it also not be appropriate just to say first motion, second motion?
Sure.
All right, sounds good. Does the maker of the motion approve of the motion, first motion, second motion addition?
Mr. Mahan?
Commissioner Mahan, didn't you make the motion?
Commissioner Mann?
I guess I did. No, what page is that on?
Page
No,
7.
No, it's House Uli.
No, you're
Oh.
the
Motion,
No,
but
no,
today,
you're making the motion for this.
Minute.
And,
approval of the
and,
minutes.
and all the other comments.
Oh, yeah, well, yes, I made the motion for approval. Yes, I
And I
approve.
guess I
Yeah.
shouldn't actually ask that until we finished it with the other edits too. So it's a little early.
I have no
Okay.
others.
Other edits? Any other edits? Okay. In that case, and the maker of the motion is okay with this. Is the seconder okay with those edits? Okay. In that case, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Same.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of August 4th, 2021.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House. Under, Mr. Hamilton, is there any note for other commissioners?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. So on today's consent agenda, Commissioners Mahan and Manuel were present for items A through C, and then only Mahan was present for item D. We had item A, 1105 State Street, received project on final approval. And it looks like we're getting some background noise here. Okay, it's fixed. All right, and then item B, 125 Remeadow, received project design approval and was continued to consent for final approval with the following comments. 1, provide an irrigation plan. 2, ensure the lighting does not cross the property lines. 3, restudy the plantings in zone 1 for high fire compliance. And the neighborhood preservation ordinance, hillside design sloped lot, and historic resource findings were met. Item C, 22 West Islay, received project design approval and final approval with the comments that the historic resource findings were met, the minor zoning exception findings were met, project compatibility findings were met, and the waiver for the uncovered parking in the setback was appropriate. Then item D, 1118 East Cabrillo was a request for review after final. That was approved with the comment that prior to the building permit phase, the plans shall be corrected to show the proposed windscreen at 60 inches in height instead of 50. And that concludes the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions or discussion of the consent calendar? All right, in that case, let's see, we had a motion and we had a second. So any other discussion? All right, roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
He's holding something up, but I'm not sure what it says. It looks like parchment.
He's under the table.
I think his sound is off.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's gone.
okay.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Although I see two Commissioner Lenvik now.
Yes. I continue to have problems with my computer, but I'm here. I vote yes.
All right. All right. Thank you.
I vote yes.
Okay, and I think there's some reverb too, if you don't mind muting yourself, Commissioner Lenvik.
This is a treat. We get two of them.
I know.
Hopefully they agree.
And they're at different angles, so I want to see them disagree with each other. Okay, so now let's go on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuous and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. So, Mr. Hamilton, were there, or Ms. Hernandez, were there announcements?
Yes, I had a few. One, we emailed you this morning the memo from Jessica Grant that they're reporting to City Council on August 10th next week on the Mission Canyon Bridge studies. They're returning to council to get direction. The council gave them the direction to do the studies. And so now that they're complete and the roadway and bridge options proposed are inconsistent with the direction provided by you, the Historic Landmarks Commission, and then many members of the community, they need to go back and see what City Council wants them to do next. So Jessica would really appreciate if one of the members or Chair Grumbine come to that meeting to say a few things during public comment about what the HLC had discussed at your hearing.
Sure, and can you remind me of when that meeting was again, did you say?
The meeting is August 10th, which is next Tuesday.
Oh. Okay. And it's sometime after 2:30. I can make that if that's appropriate to represent the HLC's perspective on it and what our conclusion was and why.
That'd be great. Okay, I'll have Jessica
Okay.
coordinate that with you.
We'll
and
have to
the-
cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of other announcements. We did receive the grant award from the State Historic Preservation Office for our African American context study. So I've been scrambling as fast as I can to get an RFP ready because it's a really short timeline to get under contract. So we will keep you all posted on that. We also are having the designations subcommittee meet on Monday at 10 a.m. virtually. We annually meet once a year to review this Mills Act contracts. So that's one of the big items on that agenda, and then they will forward their recommendations to you. And finally, we did the team that's working on the solar panels on the Granada Garage is under a little time crunch and asked for a couple subcommittee of the HLC, and Chair Grumbine recommended Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Lenvik to that, and they both agreed. So they're gonna help that team try and get out of, move them along and help them through the process. And this is something that's often done for public projects, like the underpass. We had some members of HLC do a subcommittee with the team, and the bike path project. So that's what's happening. Feel feel like the newscaster.
Yes, and yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Lenvick for agreeing to do that and helping the project along. Yeah, for public projects, it is. I think it seems to make sense to have some extra input if there's trouble and help them get into a good design round. So, thank you for your time for that. And then I don't know if Rosie Dicey had wanted this brought up or not at this point, but I think that there is going to be as I think has been sent out to everyone, there is going to be the Opticos is going to be developing the sort of an objective design standards additional big document for all the other non-EPV areas and study historic architecture and the building patterns and things like that to try to come up with guidelines or rules for it. What I understand from it is not going to be as long a process, it's going to be a longer time frame process, but not as intensive as Commissioner Lenvick and I did last time, which was a pretty darn steady charge every couple of weeks. So it's not going to be as intensive in terms of the number of meetings or the amount of meetings, but it will be sort of stretched out, I think, over a year or plus. So I think there is going to be, we're going to want to get some volunteers to be on that as well. I think we're going to find out a little bit more about it, is my guess, and then see about some volunteers to do it. A lot of it's going to be sort of I think the technical and Commissioner Levick and I ran into this with the objective design standards, where it was the architects kind of hashing out a lot of the details and proportions and sizing and a lot of the nitty gritty of the buildings to try to get distilled down into sort of regular rules, or at least just basic guidelines of how tall things should be or how thick things should be. So my guess is it's going to be more of that. So I think it'll be a stay tuned, but as well to see once we understand the amount of time that's going to be being requested, or then the regularity of meetings, then we can circle back to everyone and see who wants to volunteer for it. So be on that. So I think that'll be probably in the next meeting, something talked about more. So any other announcements, etc., future agenda items, appeals? All right, in that case, let's move on to item E, subcommittee reports. Any subcommittee reports? All right, seems like everyone was on vacation. All right, if no subcommittee reports, let's move on to the general business. Let's leave general business behind, move on to item 1. So this is item 1, 1201 Anacapa Street. This is a miscellaneous action item for structure of merit designation. So to review the staff report and public hearing to consider structure of merit designation of the mid-century interpretation of the Mediterranean style building designed in 1951 by architects Windsor Sewell, FAIA, and John Frederick Murphy, FAIA. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. This building was nominated for structure of merit designation by Commissioner Uli, and the HLC designation subcommittee recommended this to the full board at their meeting on April 23rd, 2021. And the building is constructed in 1951, and as you stated, designed by noted architectural firm of Sewell and Murphy, originally as a Sunday school for the First Presbyterian Church. The building was then converted into an office building for the California Thrift and Loan in 1973, and then converted to the Anacapa School in 1990. And then in 2007, the ground floor was converted into a coffee shop and now restaurant. All the major alterations have been on the interior, leaving the exterior with most of its original elements. The building contributes also as a part to the El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District and commercial core of the city, and embodies the vision of the early drawings, with this 1951 mid-century interpretation of the Mediterranean style. It sits across the street from the large and commanding central library and diagonally across from the county courthouse. This 3-story building also has a commanding presence on the corner, complementing the other 2 landmarks that it faces across East Anapamu. The volume, height, and massing footprint and character defining features do demonstrate. This qualifies under criterion 3 as a structure of merit. And as we stated, also because of the significant architects that designed the building, who really were such an influence in the designing of downtown from 1921 to 1953, that it is a work of noted architects and qualifies under criterion 3 as well. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions or comments.
All right, great. Okay, so with that, why don't we go to public comment? Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll get 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. And if you are attending by webinar, please follow the instructions to give verbal public comment. Ms. Ternovskaya, have you received any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and Commissioners. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised on the webinar at this point. So Commissioners, back to you.
All right. Okay, so to the commission, questions about the report? All right, hearing no questions, comments? I think you had a good suggestion, Commissioner Early.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to designate 1201 Anacapa Street, assessor parcel number 039183035 as a structure of merit in the city of Santa Barbara.
I'll second that.
Second that.
All right, I heard Vice Chair House beat you to it, Commissioner Mahan. So Vice Chair House second. All right, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Lanvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Emanuel,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item 2, 630 Chapala Street, 25 West Ortega Street, and 17 West Ortega Street. This is a continued item of concept review. The proposals for construction of a new 3- and 4-story mixed-use development. The project includes 5,000 square feet of commercial space and 31,000 square feet of residential space, consisting of 39 rental units proposed under the AUD incentive program. A voluntary lot merger between 630 Chapala Street and 25 West Ortega Street is proposed, as well as an ingress-egress easement for 17 West Ortega Street. In order to effectuate the proposed easement, the demolition of a 1,100 square foot storage building on 17 West Ortega is also requested. The existing sandstone wall separating 25 West Ortega and 17 West Ortega would be reconstructed as a privacy wall along the south property lines. The proposed density on the 27,000 square foot merged site is 63 dwelling units per acre. The project requires concept review by the Planning Commission, as well as community benefit height exemption to allow the project to exceed 48 feet in height, 50 feet, 11 inches proposed. The project site is adjacent to 17 West Ortega, a structure of merit design in 1905 in the Mission Revival style, and 9 through 15 West Ortega, the structure of merit designed in 1926 by architects Souder and Lockard in the Spanish Colonial Revival, and 614 Chapala Street, the structure of merit design in 1946 by architects Sewell, Murphy, and Hastings in the streamline modern / Spanish colonial revival style. For more information on these sites, see the reports. This is requesting acceptance of a phase 1 archaeological report prepared by David Stone of Stone Archaeological Consulting. That's part A. And part B is concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project compatibility findings are required. The commission is requested to comment on whether story poles should be required. Project was last reviewed July 7th, 2021. All right, thank you. With that, Commissioner Hamilton, do we have any comments other than Commissioner Manuel? Sorry, not Commissioner Hamilton, but we'll go Commissioner Manuel first.
I have a conflict of interest with the applicant, so I need to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Hamilton, is there any, oh, here we go. This is the giant motion. Wow, we made a massive motion last time. Okay, so let's read through this.
Mr. Chair.
And actually, oh yeah, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, Mr. Hamilton, gosh.
Oh yeah, I just had a couple of comments before we start the item. So I just wanted to note for the archaeological report that I was going to say Commissioner Glassow, but Dr. Glassow accepts the conclusions and recommendations in the report. And as the agenda notes, the next step would be Planning Commission, and you are requested to comment on the appropriateness of story poles at this hearing, and also go through the project compatibility findings at this hearing. Even though this is a concept review, the Planning Commission would request those comments. I think that's all I've got, unless the case planner, Ms. Arciniega, has anything.
Yeah, one more thing to add, Chair and Commissioners. In addition, as part of your findings for compatibility, if you can specifically note on the adjacency in relation to the historic resources and comment on the project's impact or lack of impact or consistency, that's part of the height exception findings the Planning Commission will be making, so your comments in that regard would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, so let's dive into these well, actually, sorry, these comments are based on the on item or the part B. So why don't we do this? We're doing a part A and part B. Why don't we do the archaeology report first as part A, and then we'll dive into part B with the other portion. So okay, so let's do item A, requesting acceptance of the phase 1 archaeological report prepared by David Stone and Stone Archaeological Consulting. So do we have Mr. Stone?
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, Mr. Stone is not present at this hearing as far as I can see. Any questions would have been resolved when the project was reviewed by Dr. Glassow. So as far as I'm aware, there are no additional comments from the writer of the report.
Okay, sounds good. All right, and we all got it. So what we'll do is go to public comment for the part A. Just for the archaeological report, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on the archaeological report only, please click on the green arrow hand icon and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar, please follow the instructions on screen to give oral public comment. And Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any correspondence related to the archaeological report?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and Commissioners. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. I do see one hand raised by Tom Maney, who I believe is the architect. Let's see. Mr. Maney, I do see that you're joined as an attendee and a panelist, so I'm going to just check in with you. All right, if you would like to give comment on this, please click the microphone button on your control panel in order to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
I think so.
Great.
Any comments on the archaeological report? This is the public comment period. I just saw your hand raised.
No, I just want to make sure that I was heard on this item, so I'm just pushing every button I can.
Okay, great.
Fair enough.
We'll come back to you when it's time to hear the concept.
Yeah, we're gonna come back for part B in a minute. So,
All right, and seeing no other hands raised in the audience, we can move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
all right. So let's go on to let's go back to the commission for the archaeological report. I guess there's no one to ask questions. Are there any comments or discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for approval of the report as submitted.
All right, I heard Commissioner Uli jump in there first on the second. So Vice Chair House motion, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Landvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we are on to the part B, the concept review. So this is the no final appealable action will be taken to this hearing. Project compatibility findings are required. Commission is requested to comment on whether story poles should be required. And also, as we heard, on whether on its relationship to the historic resources nearby. All right, so with that, let's go to the applicant, if they could be here, turn their camera on, or right now, Meanie, you were just there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is my camera not on?
Yeah, I can't see your camera on.
I'm not sure where the option is for that.
Mr. Maney, it looks like you are, I don't see a webcam option on your control panel here, so you may just be joined by audio.
Okay, I can do that.
And that's all we need. As long as we have a clear audio connection, that's the minimum required. So please go ahead.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. So, Mr. Meany, why don't we do this? We have the big long list in front of us of the 17 comments. So I'll read through them, and then we'll go into your presentation. You'll have 15 minutes. The timer's up there. And if you can make sure to also to hit on all 17 of these items, that would be very good. And as well, address anything you want regarding any parts of the discussion you want regarding the story polls and the historic resources, as those are also parts that we've been asked to comment on. All right, so I'll just read through them here. So 1, in general, the architecture is beautiful, well-designed, and supportable. 2, the commission appreciates the building references and regularities, especially the Lobera Theater building reference. 3, in terms of massing, several commissioners would like to see a reduction, and actually the Lobera Theater, maybe that was the Lobera building.
Yeah.
Anyway,
was supposed to be.
okay, Lobera building. I think it was probably just said as Lobera. In terms of massing, several commissioners would like to see a reduction in the upper level apartment ceilings, especially on the 4th floor. The commission understands that the important dimensions are to the eaves, which are the most visually apparent, but the commission would like to see the ceiling heights reduced. 4, restudy the parapet wall for the stair tower and elevator tower, making the wall stick out less. 5, the commission suggests restudying the bridge structure to potentially open up the parapet level so there's less bridge structure. 6, the reference to La Arcata Plaza is appreciated. The potatoes and the division of the buildings into 4 buildings is appreciated, and the project has a Santa Barbara La Arcata Plaza feel to it. 7, on the Chapala Street elevation, study the south side of the Chapala Street corner of the building. It is too massive, and the applicant shall restudy the openings and their arrangement. There are curtains, but provide awnings or other fabric arrangements to help brighten up the color on this elevation. And I think I'm getting some reverb, if everyone wouldn't mind muting themselves. And then just so we don't get, yeah, okay, perfect, that's better. On the Chapala Street elevation, study the south side of the Chapala Street corner of the building is too massive, and the applicant shall restudy the openings of their arrangements. I already said the curtains. Provide less openings and more wall on the fourth story portion. The details noticed and appreciated are on the VW cartouche. Sorry. Let me zoom in here. Okay, so the details noticed and appreciated are the VW on the cartouche, the VW sign. The curtains as designed, as well as the other variances mentioned, the balconies and the Monterey balcony on Ortega Street elevation. 9, the chimney is too tall on the Ortega Street side. The windows, 10, the windows should be recessed as deep as possible, provide an 8-inch depth at minimum if possible. 11, in general, the relocation or reconstruction of the stone wall is supportable. The reuse of the remaining portion of the wall, either as a base for the building or using it for the arch, is supportable. Applicant shall keep tuck pointing on one side when it is reconstructed. And then 12, the corrugated metal and the use of the treatment of the live work units off the parking lot is generally supportable. The reuse of the existing corrugated metal is supportable because it is existing on site. 13, knowing it may or may not be required for the landscape in the commercial area. The commission highly encourages landscape to be part of the project at the live work courtyards. In general, landscape plan is well thought out and works nicely with the paseos and city location. The commission encourages providing landscape along the driveway parking area leading to the live work unit. 14, the commission understands the benefits of the housing, and this is why the additional height would be acceptable. This area is on Chapala Street and is well served for higher density housing. The commission still needs to see how projects fit in terms of their compatibility with the neighborhood and in terms of mass, bulk, and scale. 15, in general, provide a 3-dimensional model for the surrounding block with all directions shown for more context. 16, apartment 103's location on the ground floor of Chapala Street is not ideal. Provide a solution such as making that portion a commercial space. 17, the shapes and forms of the proposed outdoor open spaces are very Santa Barbara, El Pueblo Viejo style. The motion was by Mahan, the second was by House. 800, Manuel is absent. The motion carried. Whew, that might be the longest set of comments I've ever read. Okay, so with that, why don't you march us through your design and any changes that you've made, and specifically also addressing the comments that were made.
Great. Yeah, I made quite a few changes. The most basic overall revision is we've lowered the height of the building 2 feet. So our allowable height is 48, and I think we're less than 3 feet over the max. And I've illustrated on our roof plan when we get to that how much of the building is actually over that allowable height. And it's a very, very small portion of our total square footage. So that's the biggest overview. The rest of the stuff is more detail related that I can kind of walk through as we review the various elevations. So why don't we start scrolling through the drawings, and I can kind of talk us through when we get to something that's pertinent. Okay, you can continue. This is the survey. Continue, please. So no change here. No change here. No change. Here shows the roof plans. Keep going. It shows our color areas regarding open yard and different functions of the building. Next drawing, please. Okay, now here shows our roof plan as an overview for the project. So if you look at the top left corner, there are 2 hatched areas on the 2 4-story sections. So that's the total amount of our building that's over the allowable height with our reduction of the total height of the building by 2 feet. So it's a very, very small portion. It's nothing you're going to see from the street, but it's, you know, it gives us those additional units on the top floor. But because of the fact we've lowered our height 2 feet and we're doing hip roofs rather than gables, with the 4 and 12 roof pitch, very, very small portion of our project is over the current allowable height for the city. Adjacent to that, we have that stair tower. We've lowered that plate to 8 feet, and we've done hip tile roofs instead of a flat roof as designed before. So it's a much smaller profile from what was earlier reviewed by the board. Okay, continue, please. Okay, here we can start going through some of the changes in the elevations. If we want to start with the left-hand side, that section right there, I broke up the symmetry and the rigid symmetry of that end piece. Before I had balconies and balconies stacked over the left-hand side. I changed one to a window, and then on the right-hand side, we had single window over single window. So I split those as well just to break up the symmetry of that one piece. There was a comment before of smaller windows at the higher story. So that second section that has the curtains, the top side pieces, we went with a single casement rather than pairs. To the right, the bridge, we've gone with an asymmetrical configuration for the bridge, and we've opened up part of the parapet wall to a steel rail to make it more transparent. So that's another place where I've broken the symmetry of the element. The next building going down to the right of that arched opening, I used to have symmetrical grills centered underneath the windows. I eliminated one of those and moved the light fixture to the right. To the right of that next section, we've taken that same stone material and we basically infilled that lower section with the same reclaimed stone that we're going to use in various parts of the project. Oh, something else to note, the window to the left of that big arched opening, we're using some of that stone to add some stone coining details around that window. And then those two pairs of windows to the top right, we're doing that same stone detail around those windows as well. And in that situation, I've taken the symmetrical arrangement of the top floor and broken that as well, so it no longer stacks symmetrically over the lower floors. The bottom, the southwest building, I'll call it, we have added awnings. So we have the awnings facing Chapala Street. And then when you turn the corner, the awnings go along the south face of that building as well over the Sonos parking lot. So those were the changes on the Chapala Street elevation. And once again, the building is 2 feet lower. You can see that the stair tower up above, which has also been lowered to an 8-foot plate with a hip roof. So that whole thing has come down probably 3 feet lower than it was before. So looking at the next elevation. So the building to the left that we're calling the Lobero influenced structure, we've reduced the height of that spire to the right, but it's going to be an octagonal form with like some sort of a steel crown on top of it. It's not really chimney. I was using the inspiration of that one element that's on De La Guerra Plaza, on the corner of De La Guerra Street and De La Guerra Plaza, as something that's kind of a nice little way to break the symmetry of that building. The building on the left, the Lobero building, once again, we want the smaller windows stacked over the bigger windows for the small single casements. The connecting bridge, we once again went with something asymmetrical with introducing some steel rail to make that element more transparent for the comments. Moving to the section to the right, once again, we had in that center arrangement of windows, we have a smaller casement over a larger casement. And then the corner piece as well, I've broken the symmetry of that piece on the second and third floor. Before it was just 4 identical windows that stacked over that, that entrance area. And then behind you see once again the stair and elevator tower with the reduced plate and the tile roof. Okay, I'm going to continue on. Okay, here really the changes that we made basically were the right-hand section. We basically broke up the arrangement of the windows and balconies there to make something less symmetrical. You can see how we're treating the roof deck and the stair tower. Once again, we're breaking the parapet with open steel rails to reduce the massing of that form. If you go to the lower elevation, one below that, this shows the section that's over the Sonos building. So I've broken up a lot of the rigid axial or vertical connections between some of these elements. So the windows to the left, I took that stone element and offset that top window. We have awnings pretty much on the second floor all the way across, facing over the Sonos lot due south. or southeast, I should say, taken that center section and broken up the rigid geometry of that to make it look less of a hotel. I think that was one of the comments that was made. So we just basically broken up that elevation so it's less consistent and symmetrical, with added some color for the awnings, and just broken up our window arrangements. Okay, continue on, please. Those are our existing photographs, nothing new there. Our landscape plan, nothing's changed there, not at this iteration at least. Here, we tried to get the model done to show the context, but the guy that did it couldn't have it done in time for the meeting. So we went and we drew street elevation showing the context of our project with adjacent buildings. So the top one is the Ortega Street elevation, starting with the 15 building to the left. We have 15 building, and then an alleyway, and then what I'll call the Wildcat building, and then the Mission Revival building, and then the egress alleyway, which is 21 feet across, and then our two building forms along that way. So what I like about it is like the width of our building mass in those elements is very similar to the same width as what you see from the Wildcat building and the Mission Revival building. So it sets up a nice rhythm of building forms along Ortega Street, which, like I say, is the exact opposite of what you see across the street, where the Macy's building, the parking lot, is one long flat monolithic wall, which is pretty harsh. Down below is the Chapala Street context. On the left shows the beginning of the El Paseo, or the Paseo Nuevo parking lot. And then behind it, you see the height and the massing of the Macy's building. And then you see our project. To the right of it is the Sonos parking lot, and then the Sonos building to the right of that. Okay, continuing on, please. And then here we've updated our models to reflect the changes I just described. So the left-hand building, once again, lowered the tower element and broken up some of the consistent arrangements of the windows. The same thing with the building to the right, and then that corner piece, we've broken up the rigid symmetry that we had originally that was anchoring the project. So the one below, you see the corner elevation that shows how that corner window arrangements on the second and third floor have been broken. Before, they basically were symmetrical on both sides. And then looking down Chapala Street, and we have a couple more models below that. If you can go to the next sheet. So here's the view looking down Ortega Street onto the top left. And then to the top right is looking up Chapala with the changes that we talked about. Here you primarily see the changes of the part of the building facing the Sonos parking lot. And then we have below that, we have the Chapala street elevation showing the change that we made with, like I say, the height, the building is 2 feet lower. So that face of that wall is 2 feet lower than what it was originally. Okay, continue. Is there another sheet in there? Should be some color elevations.
Mr. Maney, that is the last sheet in this set. There is a before-after study that's a separate document.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, so here we basically just took the elevations and colored them up. We took off the trees and took off the people, just so you see architecturally from an elevation standpoint what we're talking about with the revisions that we made. So you get a sense of the change of the window configurations. And like I say, the height of the building, even though we took 2 feet out of it, I think the proportions are still strong. And then the exhibit to the right are before and after models looking up Ortega or Chapala Street. And that's my presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, so let's go to public comment now. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For anybody attending by webinar, please follow the instructions on screen to give verbal public comment. And Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
No written public comment was received for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do see several people attending by webinar, but no hands raised at this time. So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, to the commission, questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So I know that awnings have been mentioned on both I think the west and the, what would that be? North
South.
elevation.
Yeah.
West and south, okay. Yes, things do run east and west. And, yeah, okay, so anyway, are you planning on doing anything more in terms of awnings? I'm looking at those 2 elevations get a lot of sun, one in the wintertime and one in the summer. And I'm wondering if you have any plans for further awnings.
Well, we're looking at the southwest building, and the thing I like about the awning suggestion is that it's an element that helps to differentiate that building from the adjacent building. So the adjacent building has the curtains. So the corner building has the awnings that wrap the corner. So those are the 2 elevations, south and west, that are going to get the most sun. So I think with the curtains on the corner building and the awnings on the southwest building, I think we're going a long way towards giving some sun protection.
Just for the comfort afforded to that shade. Thank you.
All right, other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner House or Vice Chair House?
just for the sake of asking the question, we did have a comment last time about, I think it was unit 103 and potentially making that retail instead of a dwelling. So what would be your response to that and whether or not you studied that?
Well, the windowsill is up about 7.5 feet off the sidewalk level. So I think we'll get some visual privacy along there. For us, I mean, the value of the project is the residential square footage. It's gonna be much more rentable. We'll get a higher rent for it. The commercial space will probably sit for a while, long after the residential space is leased up, much like the project across from the Paradise. And so we'd much rather try to maximize our residential square footage as much as possible, but still give them the privacy that would be required in terms of the frontage along Chapala Street.
Thank you for answering the question.
All right, other questions? Commissioner Lemdick?
Thank you. I may have asked this question before, but curiosity, what enables you to not have any parking for 39 residential units?
Does the planner want to answer that?
Well, somebody's going to be answering. I mean, normally there is a requirement for parking for residential in the city, and I'm just wondering what provision of the current ordinances allows you not to provide parking.
Well, my understanding that's the current ordinance. We do have access to parking on the adjacent parcel that my cousins own behind the Wildcat. And then we have 2 city parking lots that have monthly parking available within a block.
That doesn't answer the question.
Right.
What you don't have any parking. You don't have any parking
So
assigned to this property.
We have commercial parking designated, but no residential parking. There'll be parking available to rent behind the Wildcat, and there'll be parking available on a monthly basis in the 2 city lots.
So to the planner, real fast, just to make clear for Commissioner Lenvick, what is it that makes them not have to have residential parking?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. The current AUD ordinance allows no parking required for the residential units. It's a 1 space maximum. So even if they wanted to provide parking, they'd be limited to 1 space per unit maximum. in the central business district when they are proposing a project under the priority housing overlay density. So they have to meet 3 different criteria: downtown, a CBD district, AUD, and also priority housing overlay density. And they don't need to require any residential parking. Commercial parking is still required and is being provided.
Okay, does that answer your question, Commissioner Lembeck?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, other questions? Other commissioners? Actually, if you wouldn't mind, because this is such a big project and they're asking for comments, and we gave a whole lot of comments last time. Mr. Gosh, not Mr. Hamilton, Bolton, can you pull up the list again from of all of our motion? I just want to kind of buzz through them real fast, just to make sure that we're not missing a question in there that we need to ask about. Yeah, if you can go to the top. Okay, so 1, appreciate 2. In terms of massing, reduction in lower level apartment ceilings, that was done. Let's see, 4, restudy the parapet wall from the stair tower and the elevator tower. I think that was done. We should suggest restudying the bridge structures. Okay, yeah. Barricada. 7, on Chapala Street, study the south. Yeah, I talked about that. 5, the openings. 8, restudy the notice appreciation. Yep. 9, chimney. 10, the windows show recess. So, okay, let me just ask on the item 10, the windows shall be recessed as deep as possible, provide an 8-inch depth at minimum possible.
Yeah.
Was that accomplished?
When you say an 8-inch depth minimum, our minimum wall thickness was a 2x8, but there are places where, like on the ground floor, the wall thickness I think is 20 inches. And then that corner building where that little offset is, those windows be recessed about probably 12 inches before the window starts. So it's
got it. So your finished condition is basically like a 9-inch wall. That's your finished condition somewhere.
At a minimum condition. But there's many places where even on this architecture itself, there's many places where the wall's quite a bit thicker than that. And then
Okay, great, thanks. That answers it. Okay, 10, 11 in general. Stone wall, got it. Is there a place? I know it's nitty gritty, but have you started to annotate where the tuck pointing is on the sides at all, or no?
I haven't done that yet.
For the stone, okay.
But that's doable.
Yeah, and then the landscape. What was the? You said the landscape hasn't changed. What is the? Is there a strategy for adjusting this per the comment? Commission encourages providing landscaping along the driveway parking area leading up to the live work unit.
Yeah, because the live work units, one thing we did designate on that site plan, if you could flip to that, is we would have basically with our easement access, we've got about a 10-foot area in front of the access into those units, this outside vehicle access requirements. So there's that space in front of that where we can do planting, sidewalks. So there's going to be a 10-foot buffer between asphalt and the gates that go into those live work spaces. So that would be something, I think our updated landscape plan, we can really address that.
Okay, so that hasn't been addressed yet?
No.
Okay, all right, great. Can you go back to the comments? Let's just finish them off here. Okay. Okay, that's 14, Commission understands the benefit of housing. But the Commission still needs to see how the project fits in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood and in terms of mass, bulk, and scale. In general, provide a 3-dimensional model for the surrounding areas. So that you're saying it wasn't done. It's still in the works. It wasn't done in time.
Yeah, we could knock out the street elevations pretty quickly in-house, but the models we have to basically subcontract.
Okay.
So.
Gotcha. Okay, and then apartment 103 locations ground floor. We talked about that, and then shape forms with closed outdoor open spaces. Okay, all right. So that runs it through for mine. That was lots of my questions. Any other questions, Commissioner Lenbick?
Yes. you have not provided that landscaping that we suggested along the entry drive and your new building. Is it your intention to ask for a waiver on that or what?
Specifically, it's between the drive and the building to the left. Is that it?
Right. Correct.
How much of a buffer is required?
Well, you can go and read City Ordinance 30.175.080 and 3 feet is required by the ordinance of landscaping. And we pointed that out last time, and you've chosen not to do it here. So,
Well, it's not that we chose not to do it. We were prioritizing other things before the meeting.
so you will put a 3-foot landscaping strip along that entry drive then to the
We
building.
can definitely look at that.
No, it's not a question of looking. I mean, it's the ordinance requires it.
Well, if it's required, then we'll do it.
Thank you.
That wasn't a very good question, Mr. Lembeck.
Didn't make the list.
Doing comments.
Will you do it? Okay.
Well, you're doing comments.
There we go. No, we're still doing questions. Any more questions? Okay. All right. Let's go into comments. So Commissioner Lembeck, your first comment about needing to do the landscaping is noted. Other comments about this project. Now, they're asking for us to make compatibility findings. Is that right? As well as the question of whether we comment on whether we think it needs story poles, and then also its adjacencies to a historic resource. So if you can make sure, and then any other comments you want to add as well, any comments based on our original comments and how they have been answered or have not been answered, or the solution that was done. So if you'll kind of focus on those, that would be great. So, Commissioner Lembeck.
If you would go to the elevations showing the straight on elevation showing the areas that are exceeding the height limit.
Maybe the line drawing. The line drawing is showing.
So it appears to me that the roof deck also exceeds the height limit.
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
I don't remember last time. I mean, you've shown us a roof plan of areas that's exceeding the height, but you've not shown that area with the roof deck exceeding the height.
So we'll turn that into a question. As a point of clarification, why are you not showing the roof deck as part of the architecture that's exceeding the height?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, so.
I mean, you don't see the roof deck from the street. It's located in the interior of the lot for that very purpose. You don't see it from the street.
But just as a point of clarity, you do need to have the height exemption for that structure as well, except for the part that is over the stair. Is that right?
Okay.
As a point of clarification, I want to make sure that everyone's clear as to what's being discussed for what is over the allowable height limit, what has to have exception and what doesn't. And I guess to the planner, Ms. Arciniega, I'm sorry, I'm angling your last name. Just as a point of clarification, is that correct?
That's correct. So the architectural projections that are required for the elevator tower itself are exempted from the height limit, but building, including parapets, need to meet the height limit.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then as well, the applicant mentioned that they would update their roof plan for that. So
sure.
That'll be a comment.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Uli.
So, technically, the roof deck itself does not exceed the height. It's the parapet around the roof deck that exceeds the height. Is that correct?
Ooh, good technical differentiator. So it's just
Well,
the piers and railing.
Mr. Uli, you can't have the roof deck without the parapets.
Oh, I totally agree, but I'm not going to argue about the building code. But I'm just saying that technically the surface of the roof deck does not exceed the height. It's the parapet around the roof deck that exceeds the height.
So I'll include that
You can say the floor,
in our square footage calculation.
We'll leave it
the
up to the
floor of the
applicant to
fifth.
show. Yeah, we'll leave it with the applicant to show, I know what the Commissioner Uli is getting at, to show the portions at least that do go above the height limit. And I think as long as we visually see it, it's clear, this is what's asking for the exemption. This is what you could and couldn't do without. So,
Okay.
so, and I think other than that, I think it'll be clear. That'll be fine.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go back into comments now. Other comments?
Mr.
from
Chair,
the Commission. Is that Vice Chair House?
is.
All right. All right, take it away.
Mr. Meany, you have designed a very beautiful building, and I would have
Thank you,
expected
Steve.
no less
Mr.
than that from you. The only little thing I would pick on, and it's good we're looking at that. Actually, I want to look at the west elevation, and it can either be these line drawings or the model images. In the bridge structure there, you have that supported on presumably wood beams, whereas on Ortega, it's entirely masonry. And to me, it's just, from a credibility standpoint, not credible for that large masonry mass supported on wood beams. And I think the Ortega elevation is more successful in that regard. But that's the only.
We're getting a little bit of a reverb. If everyone wouldn't mind muting that this is talking.
Yeah. So touching on the other things, I think the buildings are compatible with the historic sources adjacent, partly because of the appropriateness of the architecture, and also because the buildings step down from the corner and blend very nicely with those adjacent buildings. Was there something other than story poles I was supposed to touch on?
So I think, yeah, there's the adjacency to the historic resource, and as long as that's okay, and
Yeah, I just touched on that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess the other one that I would bring up to the commission for discussion is we asked for the 3D model rendering of in location, which we have used for other projects instead of story poles. They've given us the comfort level of being able to especially video around and see the relationships and kind of feel it in a way that allowed us to feel comfortable with not requiring story poles. And actually, can everyone mute themselves, because there's someone getting reverb here?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair House.
I am of a mind that City Council approved a resolution in 2017 requiring story poles for AUDs, absent being able to make certain findings. I don't believe any of the findings are available for this project. And so I think as long as it's on the books, it's a requirement that there be story poles. However, I think that resolution should get revised. And I think story poles, the most important function they serve is to let the public know that a project of rather large size, bulk and scale is coming. And I don't think it's necessary to have poles that replicate the roof forms and pick up every corner. I have suggested to at least one council member that it would be fine with me if it was just the four corners of a project. That's enough to announce to the public that something's coming here, and then they have the opportunity to go look at whatever models are online or renderings. But otherwise, there was a project that recently got appealed to city council, and the neighbors were just really unaware of what was coming, and story poles would have resolved that issue. And if they're just 4 corners, that would have been enough for the neighbors to know. So that's where I stand on story poles.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair House. Others on the topic of story poles, what their feelings are on it?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan?
I also support story polls, and in the most abstract way Commissioner Howells was just talking about. But I do think their role as public information is really important. And I think that when I listen to social media, letters to the editor, community discussions, the element of surprise is a problem. And I think that story polls go a long way towards eliminating that kind of surprise, and that they are therefore a valuable tool.
Okay. Other thoughts on it?
Mr. Chair, I would agree. If they're required, they go up. I know we've debated whether they go up or they don't go up a number of times, but if they're required so far, then they should be placed.
Okay. All right. Any other opinions? It seems like a pretty good consensus on that.
Mr. Chair, if I can add a clarification, and if Mr. Bolton can pull up the reso. So Commissioner House was correct. It's in City Council resolution that one requires the story polls for AUD projects, and then gives the criteria that need to be met if your board chooses to waive them. So I just want to be clear, there's specific criteria when they can and cannot be waived. And it might be helpful to be familiar with those.
Yeah, actually, do you have those to pull up on the spot now? Because I know that we did work through those and had a part to play in as well in terms of the.
Yes, Mr. Bolton, can you pull those up?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners and Ms. Arciniega, the reso is being pulled up now. It just takes a brief moment.
Okay.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, oh, there we go. Got it. Okay.
So if we go to page 1 is just real quick. Let's go to page 1 is the requirement, as Mr. House stated, for AUD projects. So projects with 4 stories located, they shall be required for AUD projects in these circumstances. And then page 2 is the criteria to waive them. So the story polls do apply to this project. And then your board can weigh in that they don't feel that these waivers apply in this situation.
Okay, so, and I think just scanning these, we had a good debate about this with one of the last ones that we did not require story polls, we waived it. And I think we were convinced by the 3D model and the videos and being able to see everything that of a lot of these, not just one. You can you can do it with just one, but we were convinced of actually quite a number of these by by what we were shown and being able to see. So if in terms of discussion, if anyone wants to make the case that they don't think story polls are needed and we can waive them, then I think that would be the discussion to have, and why which of these criteria they felt was so strong that we didn't need to do it. So anyone that wants to make those arguments for exempting story polls? All right, so in that case, let's go back and continue on with comments. So it seems like
Mr. Chair.
On story polls. Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, on story polls, I had my microphone off. Personally, I don't believe that story polls tell a true story, but in deference to the public, I agree with Commissioner House and Commissioner Jordan that it does bring the project to the attention of the public. And I think that's very important. Santa Barbara is a community where the public has always been involved in our architecture and in our review. And so while I don't think story polls tell a true story, I do think that they announce that a large project is going to happen. And that maybe is important. I agree with the Commissioner House that maybe just the four corners would be enough, not trying to duplicate the form with the ribbons across and so on and so forth. I think that becomes very complicated and very expensive and isn't necessary. And the computer generation of the building from the air and from the street driving around I think those are very important things. And if somehow that can be announced also to the public that those are going to be available and when they're going to be available, that would be very important. I think we want the public to be involved, and to that extent, we should announce the scope of the building with story polls. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I don't know that Commissioner House's recommendation to only locate the four corners and their height necessarily works. I believe there are standards that are provided by the city as to how the story poles should go up, what should be seen, so on and so forth. And I don't think that Steve House or Bill Mahan and their idea of simplifying the construction is something we can dictate. I think they've got to put story poles up to match the standard, or to meet the standards of the city. We were provided an example of a good story pole presentation of a residential project in Summerlin, I believe. We were provided that several months ago. And yes, there were a lot of poles, there were a lot of ribbons and a lot of flags, but it really told a story that was, you couldn't debate it. It was very clear. And I think that those of us that saw that installation would say that, gosh, that's, granted it's expensive, but that's the cost of building today. So I don't think we should recommend.
I want to ask a question actually, and just as far as the point of clarification before we go one way or the other with this, and maybe it's to Mr. Hamilton. What is, in terms of purview, can we or can we not? Is it in our, within our realm to say that we're comfortable with only, a limiting factor to the story poles, or is it there is a standard, we need to stick to it, and that is, or is it ever done that there's any modification of that through the recommendation? Because the reason I'm bringing that up is I know of cases for sure within HLC where there's been difficulties that they've asked to only do a certain portion because of existing structures or whatever else. And that I know that has been done before, but it's been done with the request as far as I know. But I don't know. I want to know more about our, what our purview, or at least what our precedent has been on story pole, anything other than just normal straight up story pole requirements.
Mr. Chair, are you asking whether the commission can require like a more basic story pole plan, or whether you need to have a full
whether it's either just all or nothing, story pole or not, versus a limited story pole scenario, and what is the process for that? Because I have seen it before limited, but it's been limited because of client requests, or sorry, not client requests, but applicant requests, or because of certain situations.
Mr. Chair, I'll have to check the guidelines on that unless Ms. Arciniega knows off the top of her head.
Yeah, so we have, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, a visual aid submittal packet that covers visual aids and story pole requirements. And it states that the goal is to show a simple box that outlines the mass of the building. It is not necessary or appropriate to include all of the articulations. It should account for changes in grade and finished floor depictions. Show any location of stakes or tuck string lines used to outline the building footprint. So it's not required to be articulate, and I think your board can give that direction. The process is that the applicant submits a story pole plan to the case planner, which would be myself, and then we approve their story pole plan before they put it up. And so if your board gave the direction that just exterior walls or 4 simple corners was appropriate, then I would be comfortable approving that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And since we're still on this topic, but I think it's an important one, it'd be nice to actually get a general consensus on, or at least a majority consensus. And so maybe let's just do a straw poll vote and see about straight up regular story poles versus a modified lesser story pole that either did the outside box or did a more minor version of the story poles. So just a straw poll vote. So who is in favor of full story poles, the full standard story poles? All right, and then who is in favor of them? Oh, yes, Commissioner Drury?
I am in favor of that.
Okay, a full story poles, okay.
Yeah.
And then,
Yes.
all right, and then who is in favor of a modified lesser version of story poles with just the corners or something minor? I am as well. Commissioner Mahan, you're frozen. Can you say which way you are?
Pardon me?
Yeah, Commissioner Mahan. Full story poles or a lesser version?
Modified, simplified.
Okay. All right. So we have it's a majority saying that that's a simplified, modified version. So I'll leave it to whoever makes a motion to specify what they want for that and see if they have the support. All right. So any other additional comments? I think that we got the story pole thing kind of narrowed down. Any additional comments? Considering we're requesting story poles and considering the conversation, I'm going to guess, but I want to put it out there and see if this is not true. That we're not there in terms of compatibility findings. We really need to see the mass bulk and scale via both story poles and the 3D models that we asked for. And so we understand that the story poles are mostly for the public. I think most people have said that. But there's also the 3D model that we had asked for before that we haven't seen yet. So in context. So is there anyone that does not agree with that summary in terms of those comments, basically, that we're still waiting to see the comments? We can still comment on the height, I think, and the whether we are in support of that height with the new adjustments or not for those pieces. If people are comfortable with it, they can still comment on that. But I think the overall finding is it seems like those are pieces still missing. Does everyone agree or not?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I regret that I did not comment on the reduction in the height of the project, and that is very much appreciated. And I am comfortable with the height exception that the Planning Commission is being asked to make.
Okay. Anyone else on the height? That's a good point. Anyone else on the height? I feel otherwise, I should say, that does not agree with Vice Chair House.
I agree with Vice Chair House.
Okay. All right. That's a good point. So, and then as well, does everyone agree with the general comment of wanting to see the 3D model and the for mass bulk scale, as well as the story poles?
I agree with that, because I think that if the public sees story poles, they'll want to know more about the project, and that's an appropriate visual.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Ms. Martinez.
Just a clarification, a visual simulation is required to be posted at the site for AUD projects in addition to the story poles. So that is a requirement so that your board can feel comfortable.
Oh yeah, but we are actually, the comment that we had about the 3D model is we actually want to see the 3D model of the building in its setting from multiple views, different street views, and with other buildings around it modeled, at least to a level that we can see their massing.
Right, but in terms of simplified story poles versus the full set, if that makes a difference to the motion maker, they will be required to post a visual of the project in addition to the story poles at the site.
Oh, good. Okay, got it.
Which could also have a link for them to see the actual 3D visuals that they could maneuver around.
Okay. All right. Any other additional comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I think that in terms of compatibility, neighborhood compatibility, I think that the street elevations that we saw were very positive for this particular project. Quite a bit of open space on Long Chapala Street to the south, and of course the Macy's building is much larger than this building, which helps to mitigate the size of this building. I think there's the compatibility in downtown Santa Barbara is that not all the buildings are the same height, but there's a variety of heights. And that undulation is what makes for interesting architecture. And so I thought the street elevations were acceptable, that made this particular design acceptable. Also along Ortega, this is Ortega Street, right, to the north? Is that Ortega Street? Yes. That the building, pardon me? Chapala and Ortega.
Yeah, Chapala and Ortega, yeah.
Yeah, that the building in the middle of the block is quite low. And so that there's a nice architectural undulation there. And then you get down to the corner, there's a slightly larger building on State and Ortega. So I thought those street elevations were very good.
And I just add, those low buildings will always be low since they're protected buildings.
Yes, I see what you're saying. You're seeing this in the street elevations. Yeah, we know for sure. All right, other commissioners in terms of comments? Okay, let me take a shot at summarizing them. Okay, so one is that we appreciate the developments and design, and I think we can say it's very much refining nicely and developing the right direction. Okay, so regarding story poles, we do think that they are should be, or they are required, but we do believe that they are good to have for this project, especially for letting the public know of the project and the size of it. We believe that is being properly sensitive to adjacent historic resources. The landscape component still needs, per previous comments, still needs to be developed and met as requirements, ordinance requirements. The roof plan that shows the portion of building going above the height, the allowable height, 48-foot allowable height limit, needs to be updated to show the portion of the parapet wall around the deck as that goes above, and any other portion that goes above that counts towards it, that needs an exception or a modification. It is, I guess the first comment is a very beautiful design and continuing to improve. Let's see, going back to the story poles, they are going to be, they should be done, and but a modified version that has the four corners and the height of the four corners is acceptable. And I guess I'll leave it to the maker of the motion to see if they want to add the 4-story parts, of the two 4-story parts that pop up as additional pieces, or whether they feel comfortable with just the 3-story corners shown. Because I think that could be the other way. It's a modified version, but it's not that much more complex just to add those two pieces, and that would give the highest points as well. But I'll leave it to make the motion to see which way they want to go with that. Next was the reduction in height of 2 feet was appreciated, and we feel that the building is even more reasonable and comfortable within the site. The 3D model, we still need to see the 3D model with all the views, preferably video, but the views looking up and down the different streets from street level as well as aerial, but especially from street level and all the different views as you approach the building. And in general, we're feeling that the design is, we're very positive about the design and feel that the elevations are compatible and are fitting nicely within the context. However, before we are able to make findings, we need to see the 3D model and how, and the story poles will help as well, but to see how the whole mass bulk and scale fits within its context. And those were the comments that I had. Are there any other comments that were wanted to be added to that?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House, and then Commissioner Mann.
I'd be happy to make that motion, and
Okay.
I would. Is that okay?
Yeah, why don't you take the motion, then we'll see if Commissioner Mann had anything to add.
Okay, I will make that motion with the comments you articulated. And my suggestion for story poles looking at this north elevation on Ortega Street would be for the left building, one at the left and the right corner of it at the street. There's no need for the rear corners of that building. And for the corner building, the left and right of the 4-story section and the height of the 3-story at the corner. And these poles would be to the eave line, because I think those would be something that somebody could compare to other visuals and put things in context. And since the elevation on Chapala is basically this elevation flipped, then the same story pole locations would apply on Chapala as well.
I'll second that motion, and Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion, and that was exactly the question that I was going to ask. So thank you.
All right, perfect. But he got to it first.
Mr. Chair, one other comment.
Hold on one second, Mr. Hamilton, and then to Vice Chair House.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to clarify whether the motion was for a continuance back to HLC.
I guess it would be ready to go to Planning Commission for the height exception, or do we want to see it here again before we send it to Planning Commission?
I think part of it is, do they need the comments? So basically, we're at a point where we've said we can't make the full finding because we have to see the full thing. So if they're comfortable with us making these comments that we did, they're generally positive about it, but that we want to see before mass bulk and scale, we want to see a 3D model, and we want and see story poles too would be good, but the main thing that we want to see is 3D model for the mass bulk and scale. So with our comments being what they are, does the applicant want to go forward to Planning Commission with that, or is that not enough, and they want to try to come back and show us that they can meet our findings?
Yeah, I know we're on the agenda of the PC, which we're trying to get to before our planner goes on maternity leave. So that would be a priority for us.
That would be fine with the maker of the motion for it to proceed to Planning Commission, because ultimately we'll need to make the findings. And so, we can.
It's going to come back to us to make those exact findings.
Exactly. So the only comment I would wish to add would be to restudy the bridge structure on the Chapala Street elevation, with the suggestion of the wood beams being expressed in masonry.
Okay. All right. And is the seconder of the motion okay with that
Agreed.
addition as well?
Agreed.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. And so we've got a motion, we got a second. Sorry, Mr. Hamilton, did you say something?
Yes, just as further point of clarification and discussion, the maker of the motion will need to go through the project compatibility findings before the project can go to PC. And also, I didn't hear it in the motion, but the sensitivity to adjacent historic resources should be mentioned. So just want to make sure those two things are included in the motion. Thank you.
So I think I did include the sensitivity, but if not, I'll do it again for that. But that it is sensitive to adjacent historic resources. and then I think you're going to be making those in the compatibility findings anyways. But is it, and I'm assuming it is, I think it is, okay, to go through the compatibility findings and act and just make commentary on it and say, yeah, we will see more to be continued on certain things. Is that right, Mr. Hamilton?
That is correct.
That could be good. This is just commenting on the compatibility findings. That isn't actually making the compatibility findings.
That's correct. At this point, you are evaluating the project for general consistency and commenting on the findings. The findings will be made later on.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right. Vice Chair House, do you want to take a shot at it?
Sure. Number one, consistency with the design guidelines. This is very much consistent with EPV guidelines and other applicable guidelines in the city. It is number two, very much compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale have been carefully studied, and the height has been reduced, and we feel that it is compatible in that regard. Next slide. Sensitivity to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. The building steps down from the corner towards the historic resources and has an architectural compatibility that allow us to find that it is sensitive. Public views of the ocean and mountains are not really blocked by, they're not really relevant to this project, partly because the Macy's building is taller, and so it is not really a big impediment to view corridors. And use of open space and landscaping. It is by its nature dense downtown housing. And while the landscaping is sparse, we feel it is appropriate for the nature of the project. And there are some beautiful courtyard landscaping.
And Vice Chair House, would you add to that as well, if you want? That one of the also parts of the motion, one of the notes was that the landscaping, any other additional landscaping requirements will be met as the project goes forward. Just as a key to that, because that was a specific finding.
Yeah, what he said.
Do you want to add that? Okay.
Sure.
All right, and this is seconder, Commissioner Mahan. Are you okay with that?
Agreed.
Okay. All right, so we've got the motion, and we have a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, can I have a roll call vote?
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll start with Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
You're muted, sir.
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And we're gonna, before we hit item 3, which I know it's gonna be a big one, let's do a quick break. Maybe a 6 minute break, come back at 3:15. see when they get everyone back. Are any other commissioners on yet?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Drury. Did you already announce, Commissioner Drury, that you have to leave early or no?
I did not announce that. What an oversight.
Oh.
I have to leave by 10 to 6.
And you can't now. You didn't announce it during announcement.
Okay.
You have to
I'm
stay
really
with us now. That's our rule.
God. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
All right, Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Lenvick, are you guys here?
Here.
Okay, Commissioner Mahan, you're just a black screen now. Oh, Commissioner Mahan, that's right. Okay. So I guess we have a quorum. We have Commissioner Drury, Commissioner Mahan, Commissioner Manuel, Commissioner Jordan, and myself, and then Commissioner Uli and Commissioner Uli's here, and then I guess Vice Chair House, is he?
Mr. Chair, I think most commissioners are back and we do have a quorum.
Okay, let's get started. Yeah, let's kick that off. Okay, so calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, we're calling back to order. Historic Landmarks Commission, we are on to item 3, which is, sorry. Okay, 481 Mountain Drive. This is a continued concept review with a series of 7 existing cottages constructed in 1946, was added to the Historic Resource Inventory April 28, 2021. The single residential zone site is developed with 7 dwelling units and various accessory structures on one 4.59 acre lot and is non-conforming to residential density. The project seeks approval of as-built and proposed new residential remodels, additions, accessory structures, and uncovered rather than covered parking. The project requests a lot area modification and a setback modification. And this is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project was last reviewed May 12, 2021. That's the part A, concept review. And part B, requesting acceptance of phase 1 and 2 historic structures sites report prepared by Post Hazeltine. The report concluded that the 7 cottages meet criteria 3 and 5 to qualify to be designated as a whole as the City of Santa Barbara structure of merit. The report also concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, provided the guidance under standards 2, 5, and 6 are implemented. Therefore, project impacts to significant historic resources are considered less than significant. All right. So with that, because
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Pardon me for interrupting, yeah. Mr. Chair. I recused myself from this item when it first came up, and I think I'll continue to do so, but I will be a passive observer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Drury. Can you, well, I guess, can you state your, you probably did before, but I don't know, can you state your reason for recusal?
Well, there we go. I have a long history with the project.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so with that, and you probably built some of those sheds, so, but we won't ask. All right, so we'll, okay, so I'll redo the comments that we made. I think we'll probably want to reverse the review of this because I don't think we're going to want to be making final comments on item A when we haven't reviewed the historic structures report. I think there's going to be a lot of that. So we can go through item A as a presentation, the part A as a presentation, and we'll read through this. But then before we get into questions and comments, let's go to the historic structures report, handle that, and then we'll come back to the project and give final things on that. So it's a very complex project. It's very abnormal in a lot of ways. It's multi-structures. There's a lot going on. So why don't we do it that way, just to kind of keep the discussion going both on the historic nature of things and the proposed solutions. So, all right. So with that, let's go into the items here. So the motion last time was that, yes, who was that? Mr. Hamilton, yeah.
I just had a couple of comments before we begin here. One is what you just noted, that you may wish to table item A at first and start with item B. It's up to you. You're already aware of that. And the second thing is just that the project, the next step of the project would be to go to the staff hearing officer. So as a reminder, if you could include in your motion comments on the requested modification as it relates to the project, and if you decide to continue it to the show at this time. So that's it. Thanks.
Oh, and can you actually go real fast, go over those modifications as well, just in terms of a list form? Or is it too much to do that? Just be able to boom, 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 boom. And just as a later on when we're circling back, it would be nice to have it clear because there's a variety of modifications, right?
Chair Grumbine.
And Mr. Bauman, yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. Hello, commissioners. I'm Tony Bauman. I'm the planner assigned to this project. And I wasn't really needing to make any introductory comments from planning staff. But one thing I noticed, Chair Grumbine, when you were reading the project description, is it says the project's requesting consideration for uncovered rather than covered parking. And we have since determined that the zoning ordinance parking regulations that apply here are those for multi-unit residential developments. So uncovered parking is allowed here. Otherwise, it's considered to be non-conforming single family residential development, except for that parking regulation. Now onto the modifications. One of them, the big one, is a lot area modification. And that is the means by which the municipal code can be used to permit the additions that have been done. As you recall in the history, many years ago, 7 dwellings were permitted on one single family zone piece of property. And over the years, many additions have been done. So the property is non-conforming to the number of dwelling units. So when that's the case, your ability to add to the development is very constrained, very limited by ordinance. And over the years, they've had many additions here. So the way to address that and bring it into compliance today is with a lot area modification. And we don't really need per se comments from the commission on that, just your overall acceptance of the additions and the accessory building, et cetera, is enough to establish that you're okay with the development on the site. The other modification is a setback modification. You might remember on unit 473, they demolished or proposing to demolish the bulk of an addition that's on the rear of that unit that's in the setback. But one of the primary structural bearing walls is proposed to remain, and it would only encroach something like 11 inches. So rather than, having to demolish the whole structure and rebuild something back, they requested consideration to keep basically the thickness of that exterior bearing wall in place. And staff will rely on the comments on the commission about that setback encroachment, but generally staff finds that that's a reasonable request. So I think that covers it. and I'll be standing by if you have any questions.
Great. All right. Thank you. Okay. So with that, I'll read you the motion, and then if the presenters would like to introduce themselves, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present. This is a complex project. Most commissioners have walked the site, and so I'm sure there will be questions in that, but so it might have to be extended past that, but try as best you can to try to keep to that time frame. And then we're also going to have more questions and discussion when it comes to the historic structures report. So, all right, so with that, I'll dive in here. So the motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. In general, the commissioner appreciates the applicant's proposal for a very difficult project and, as discussed, a very charming and unique property. 2, in general, the commission finds the massing as proposed, including the removal of the portions located over easement lines, the new proposed massing as well as the unpermitted existing massing is generally acceptable. Show in both plans and elevations the difference in existing structures versus the new proposed structures not yet built. All right, 3, as a color strategy, provide soft earth tones in order to unify all the structures is important. The stark white color is not appropriate. 4, regarding the doors and windows, the majority feel that leaving and or using the existing historic steel windows and reworking them so that they can be used is preferable and highly recommended. 5, the existing unpermitted windows and doors, the majority of the commission finds them acceptable as is, with the applicant to replace the ones that are not divided light in a similar way to the family of what each building is on the front elevations. The use of proposed wood windows that are clad in aluminum to look as close to steel as possible and proportions of rails and lentils is acceptable and with the exact manufacturing details to be seen. 6, in all the new construction area, the majority of the commission felt that a wood aluminum clad window with proportions as close to steel as possible would be acceptable with manufacturing details to follow. In general, the 7, in general, conceal all utilities, remove any utilities from the roof, and remove utilities from the front as much as possible. 8, the asphalt roof shall be replaced with a new tile roof. 9, a majority of the commission finds that replacing the dome skylight with a new skylight that are as low profile as possible and on the back side are acceptable. 10, the details such as gutter will be half round and painted copper to match what is existing on each particular house. 11, as exists, the outbuildings are problematic and there needs to be a strategy developed for which buildings are retained or reused and are replaced in some way. And the motion was by Uli, second by House, 700. Drury and Manuel were absent. The motion carries. All right. With that, welcome. Please introduce yourself, and then you'll have 15 minutes ish to go through and show us what you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Suzanne Elledge, representing the residents at El Rancho Hacienda, and I'm joined by Joe Angelitis and Post Hazeltine. I'm just going to make a couple of brief opening remarks and then I'll be turning it over to Joe. And we appreciate the order, Mr. Chair, that you suggested that we proceed in. We thought it would be helpful to review the revisions to the plans first, and then for you to consider the report and then answer any questions that you have. We have submitted plans that are revised to respond to the comments that we heard when we were last before you and in response to the minutes that you just read. To the extent that these are concept plans and don't show some of the details that are referred to in the minutes, we were sure to put in our general notes on each of the elevation sheets what we intend to do with respect to things like skylights and roofing to respond to your comments. And Joe will go over that in more detail, but I just wanted to make it clear that even though we're at a concept level, we did include notes to reflect what we will do on the plans when we come back for PDA and for final approval after show. But we have made some revisions that Joe will go through. We're here today to do all that with you, and we do hope that you will go through the compatibility analysis at the end so that we can go to show. We believe we've been responsive to everything that we've heard in the last 2 visits with you and the site visit. And so we're anxious to get to show and think we've got a set of plans that are ready to go there. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Joe and stand by in case there's any questions from a planning standpoint along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'm just going to quickly kind of go down the comments from our last hearing. 1 and 2, no comments. Those are just general comments made by the board. Number 3, regarding the color strategy, if we go to the first elevation sheet, I think it's page 5 or 6. Keep going, I was wrong. Right here, back one. You zoom in on the back one page and then zoom in on the general notes. That's back 2. Back one more then. Oh. Let me give you a page number. Go to page 11, please.
Mr. Andrulaitis, this is page 11 here.
No, it's not my 11, but all right, keep going. Go to A201B. There we go. So can you zoom in on the general notes? Yeah, a lot of these items are moving targets until we get our final determination on high fire requirements. So I've addressed a lot of these with just general notes. So I'm going to go run through them for you. And then I'll run through the accessory structures and what we've done with them. So all accessory structures we paint to match the exterior paint color of their associated building or residence. All the asphalt roofing will be replaced with clay tile roof, which addresses number 8. All dome skylights shall be removed and replaced with low profile, non-reflective glass skylights. That addresses number 9. I do want to point out that the majority of these roofs shed towards the front, and that's where the skylights are located. I know there's a comment to prefer to have them on the back, but all these roofs shed towards the front, so it's virtually impossible to do that. Comment 4, all roof mount equipment shall be removed, relocated to the ground and screened where required. So that addresses number 7. Number 5, regarding the steel windows, those will be retained where possible and chosen by the individual owners. And then existing steel windows that no longer function properly or require replacement to comply with energy or fire code will be replaced as specified on A601. And I'll show you an example of the sash dimension versus a steel window that we're looking at. Number 6, conceal all utilities where possible, remove any utilities from the roof, and remove utilities from the front where possible. That addresses, again, number 7. And then number 10 is addressed in my general note 7, or new or replaced gutters shall be half round and painted copper to match existing. And then 8 is addressing number 3 for the color palette. And then we're just saying we're gonna provide a color palette for review and approval by the historian. I do want to point out that the original color for the entire development was white. So the one white building that you see is actually the only building that has not been painted since the beginning. So let's move on to page 30, which is the last page, or 33 on yours. I'm not sure why we have extra betas. So I've been looking at the Marvin narrow sash casement window. It's the narrowest sash that they offer. And then I looked at that and I'm comparing it to a replacement steel window. So if you go down below to the detail below, I've shown 2 dimensions. To the right is a replica steel window that meets high fire and energy code requirements and has a sash width of 2¼ inches. And the narrow sash for the clad window by Marvin is 2 7/8. So we're looking at, what is that? 5/8 of an inch difference. So I think that's an acceptable tolerance, but I'll leave that up to you guys. So we go to page 30. So I think this will be probably the most discussed item for today. These are the outbuildings, and let's actually go back to the site plan so I can talk about relocation and removal of some of them. So I think that's page, there we go. So you zoom in towards the middle. So on, for address 477, there's an existing outbuilding that's next to the parking area. That's going to be demolished and rebuilt and relocated as shown. And then for 473, there's a shed and on the southern part of the lot to the west a little bit. That's going to be removed, and then a new shed for 485 is going to be built closer to the house. And then the chicken coop is going to be relocated as shown, which really isn't an outbuilding, but I'm just highlighting that. And then towards the east, I think that covers the relocation. We're relocating 493 shed that's in the easement to the front of the house next to the existing office. So let's go back to page, I think it was 33. Sorry, let's go back 3 pages then, page 30. So these are the proposed revisions to the sheds. So we basically are putting tile roofs on all the sheds and plastering them where they're not plastered. So the first one is that redwood shed with the shingles. That's shown with tile roof now and plastered walls. 469 shed had two roof lines that now meet at a ridge, and it didn't have tile roofs in the middle, so that now has tile roofs. The art studio is going to remain pretty much as it is. The paint will be changed to match the color of the building. The other shed, there was 2 sheds. One I just showed you being moved to another location for address 485. And then this shed has an asphalt roof, which will get a tile roof, and the slope will change. And then it will get bigger roof members, heavy timber roof members for the rafters. So next page. 473 laundry. I think this plate height was a little higher. We lowered it. So that's been reflected. 477 shed is the new shed that got relocated. It's just a simple shed, plaster walls, plank door, red 2-piece red tile roof, and heavy timber rafters. 41 shed will remain as it is. And then 481 office will, we actually changed, we're gonna revise the roof slope to flip to the other side as requested by the owner. But the plaster walls will remain, and the doors, I think those doors will get divided lights as shown on the far left elevation. 485 shed is a new shed that's being relocated, and that shows plank doors, new windows, and plaster walls with a 2-piece red tile roof. Next sheet. 49 office will get plaster walls. 493 shed is to remain, but get remaining tile on where the asphalt roof remains or gets removed. 493 office will remain, and then 493 shed number 2 is the new shed that's got relocated that was over the easement. So those are the relative changes in response to your comments.
Okay. Do you have any more to go presentation wise, or are you good?
We're good.
All right, sounds good. All right, so now let's go to public comment for this part of the item for the project. So this is public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, just please click on the green arrow hand icon as the screen shows, and then you'll follow the instructions, and you'll get 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending by webinar and you would like to give verbal public comment, please follow instructions on screen. Ms. Turnoska, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive 2 letters for this item, one from Leslie Gutierrez Jones and another one from Cody Campbell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised at this time. I do see several members of the public in attendance. Still no hands raised, so commissioners, back to you for questions.
All right. So actually, we'll go to let's see whether we should do questions first here. Why don't we? Why don't we do questions here? Just pure questions. Make sure we keep the questions, not comments yet, and then we'll go into more questions once the historian's report is presented, and we do a public comment to that, and we have more questions. So just so that we can clarify a little more on anything that anyone wants to know from the architect's side of things. So questions to the architects? Commissioner Manuel?
Yeah, and sorry I wasn't at the last meeting and the site visit, but I had a question just not about these sheds, but about the cisterns that are going in, the above ground cistern. It looked like they're going in at the front of each building, and I saw notes saying that all utilities would be going elsewhere or screened. What's the plan with those?
Mr. Chair, I can make an initial response here, and Joe may want to add in.
And could you go to another, the other site plan that shows the cisterns?
Yeah, the stormwater management plan is part of this. This plan right now is being updated by our engineers in response to comments we received from Creeks. And so we are still in the process of having the Creeks division give approval for the concept. And they did want us to relook at some aspects of the stormwater management plan. It would be our intent to come back to the commission once we get that resolved and once we've gone to show with our plans. And at that point, you would be able to see the precise locations and sizes of the tanks that at that point will be approved, where right now they're still under review.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would add the intent, if there's any exposed cisterns, we're looking at options to screen them and put them partially in the ground to reduce their impact. So we understand those concerns, but we're just not at a point with a final design where we can address those aesthetic concerns.
Thanks.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, on the outbuildings, I really didn't understand the presentation. What is staying and what's getting moved? It needs to be done in color or something. It's very complicated. There's so many of them, and they're hodgepodged around.
Okay, so
I don't understand the presentation, and I don't think that I will be able to understand it until I see these things somehow in color or something, so we know what we're looking at. This is such a complicated plan in terms of the outbuildings. So I'm confused about that.
I can further clarify if that's requested.
Yeah, so and maybe because I had kind of a similar question, I was going to have you try to walk us through. But the problem is, you know, there's whatever 10 structures or something you're trying to walk us through for the outbuildings, and we're trying to match or at least I'm trying to match what I saw in the field with how you're transforming it and where you're putting it. So I think that kind of combination is a little bit hard because there's 10 or 15 little buildings that are transforming in different ways and also potentially and moving in some ways. So I don't know if there's an easy and also you don't have control of the screen, which is also an additional challenge.
I think I can simplify it just for everyone's understanding. There's only 3 sheds that are being moved.
Okay. Can you walk us through where those are?
Sure. So at 473,
And
there's a shed.
maybe you
there.
could,
It's dashed. All the sheds that are being moved are dashed in a bold black line.
okay, so maybe we can zoom in, Mr. Bolton, even more so that our screen's bigger for 473, just so
That's good
second to
enough.
last.
I need
Yeah.
to show where it's being relocated. So you can
Yeah.
see the dashed bold line is representing the existing location of the shed that's being removed and rebuilt, and it's noted as being rebuilt at address 485. So
Okay.
anything new or proposed being moved has a crosshatch. So if you look at 485, that shed has a crosshatch. So that means that it's new. That we're proposing that as a new structure. So that's address 473.
And hold on, same size and shape as the 473 shed is now being rebuilt in the 485 location as shown.
Same size and area, but it doesn't look the same. It's being built to comply with any aesthetic concerns to match the existing architecture. So
Gotcha. Okay.
elevations.
Can you put the cursor on where it's going to move to? I can't see where
Yeah.
is it?
Mr. Bolton's circling it right now with a little hand.
Oh, there. Okay, I see it. Okay.
Okay, and then
That-
the second one is for 477, and these are really close to each other, so it should be pretty easy to see. So that existing 477 shed is at the right. It's dashed in a bold black line.
Right in front of the parking.
It's going to be relocated further to the west. And that's not crosshatched because that is a accessory structure that does not require a permit and essentially doesn't require your review, but we're showing it as a courtesy. Because it's
So,
less than
okay.
120 square feet, and has no utilities.
Okay, so let's go over that again just to make sure. So you're demolishing the existing 477 and right there in front of the parking, but it's so small and it doesn't have utilities, so it's not even in review, but you're showing it being rebuilt as a different size or shape, a little bit different size shape, but it doesn't involve our review. Is that correct?
Correct. It's if you look at the note below, it says shed is less than 120 square feet and exempt from permit, and it's not included in the area tabulations.
Okay.
Nonetheless,
Now, just as a-
Mr. Chair,
as
I'd
a
just
quick-
like to add,
yeah.
however, that even though officially it doesn't come under your purview, we have designed it to be consistent with the requests you've made on the accessory structures, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. And then one more point of clarification, and maybe this is to staff or to everyone, but as a historic resource, though, wouldn't even these structures fall in, or am I wrong? Do these not fall in purview, even small structures, as a historic resource? That's a question to staff. Just when, or
Oh,
Ms.
you
Eller,
asked
just-
staff, I'm sorry. I
Go,
could
go,
answer.
go ahead. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. No, I'm just kidding. But to staff as a staff question, confirm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the shed doesn't require a permit, it would not on its own trigger design review. However, since it is part of the overall project and an exterior alteration to a historic resource, then it is technically subject to design review.
Okay. So, all right, and Ms. Hernandez, anything else from you, or? Okay.
No. Mr. Chair,
Okay.
could I just briefly comment on that?
Yes.
The commission specifically did not include the accessory structures in their designation of the residences as structures of merit. And so, but I think there's a fine line here where you certainly want to make sure that the accessory structures don't have a negative impact on the structures of merit, but they themselves were excluded from your motion. Just want to make
Gotcha.
that clear.
And also, I would say there's one more thing to probably tack on is that even if you pulled this from the project and just said, okay, we're demolishing it, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but they could build that back as long as it's under 120 as a separate project after the fact, and there wouldn't be any review technically for it, as my understanding would be for it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the exterior alteration itself would require Historic Landmarks Commission review. However, say they were proposing just a small shed that didn't require a building permit, that would probably be a staff level review, depending on what exactly is proposed. But
Okay.
it would not
Got it.
go to a building permit or even consent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we've got clarity on that. Any more questions about that, Commissioner Mahan, or anyone else about
have-
this particular shed?
I have one more shed that I didn't get to show.
I think there's one more
Yep.
shed.
Yes,
So-
please.
485, or I think it's 485. No, 493. Sorry. So the very east. So this shed, the existing shed, is built over a sewer easement. It's being removed and rebuilt into a different location, and that's shown with the crosshatch on the south side. So those are the 3 sheds are being relocated. The others are remaining in place.
Okay. Sounds good. And Commissioner Mahan, does that satisfy your questions, or do you have any more regarding the shed?
I understand now. Yes, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, additional questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lendick.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for staff regarding this shed under 100 square feet or 120 square feet, whatever. Are they don't need a permit. Are they able to put the shed in a setback? Staff?
Sorry, Commissioner Lendick, I was muted. No, the shed would not be allowed to encroach into a setback.
If they put an electric light in the shed, they have to get a permit?
That's correct.
So what we're being told is that none of these will be in the setback, and none of them will have power or water or whatever to them.
Hold
Can
on,
I-
to the applicant.
Can I-
As a question. Yeah.
Can I
Yes,
comment?
please. Yes, please.
No, that's not the case. We are assuming that the remainder of the sheds, one, are greater than 120 square feet, so they require a permit, and they have electricity. I'm only showing 2 sheds in the entire property that are less than 120 square feet, and I verified personally that they do not have any electricity or lighting, so they do not require a permit.
Good.
Okay. Commissioner Lendick.
There was a plan that showed potential property lines. Apparently that plan has no relevance at all. Now we're in the future. Miss Elledge.
That's correct. The intent of that plan, the reason for it, the necessity for it has passed. It's theoretical to show the amount of space if the property were 15,000 square foot zoning and how there's adequate space around each of the residences and their structures. But you're right, it isn't really relevant any longer.
So while a shed is being built, let's say for 493, it's actually closer to 489 than it is to 493, and it's on, basically where a property line would be in the future, and that's fine. I just wonder about the arbitrariness of the placement of sheds from the standpoint of the use of the property, and I guess that's. If everybody's happy, everybody's happy. That's fine. It's only a question.
Commune
Well,
thinking, Commissioner Lendick.
Pardon me?
It's commune thinking. And actually, but to tie to that, do you want to quickly walk us through why they are in these different spots quickly, and the reasoning for it, and really quickly, not in any depth, just kind of like.
I mean, most of the sheds were built, decades ago for whatever reason, and I really can't explain or why they were placed where they were. I mean,
Oh no, sorry, I'm saying the replacement one. Sorry, the new placement one.
Okay, so obviously for this shed, they don't want it in front of their house. That's an approximate location. We will finalize that location once we get into the, working drawings. And it was over an easement, so that's the reasoning for it being relocated. So they don't want to look at the shed from their front yard, so it's off to the side, in line with
Okay.
It may move.
And the
slightly.
other,
The other one,
Next one.
477, that shed is problematic from a design aspect. So we thought we would resolve that issue by just removing it and building a new one for 485, because 485 does not have a shed. So they don't have any storage, and 485 is the only unit that really they never had an addition. So they would utilize that shed more than the other addresses.
Joe, could we pause for a second and let Mr. Bolton scoot over a little further so that you can, we can talk about it while they're able to see it on the site plan? You have to go a little further to the west. Or no, I guess.
Mr. Bolton, if you could scroll,
485.
if you could scroll a little over so you can see both spots at the same time, like you had before.
A little further to the left.
Yeah, there we go.
A little more.
I think we can see it now.
No,
Yes.
well, mine must be delayed. So that's the reasoning for that one. It was a problematic shed from a design standpoint. So it was just easier just to rebuild it and have a nicer looking shed, and then have an amenity for that particular unit because it has no storage.
Okay.
And then the last one, it's just another unsightly shed that the owner wanted to relocate away from their parking and off to the side, and not in front of their house.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Mr. Chair, if I could just say one
Yeah.
more thing, I just want to point out that you notice how all the residences are pretty much pushed up against the northern property boundary. And so for these necessary buildings that are storage and art studios and some small office spaces for some of these residences, there really isn't an option but to be, on the south side of the homes. And so I wanted to point that out, and that in this sort of rural setting at the time that this was built, and currently it's got sort of a ranch layout, if you will, with those constraints and in that context. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, commissioners, and more
I have
questions?
one other question.
Commissioner Lennox?
Yeah. I don't have enough bandwidth in my computer here to bring up the drawings on my iPad. So I'm a little bit at a disadvantage, but when I was looking at the plans several days ago, it appeared to me that there were some roof surfaces which were not designated as tile. And I don't remember which units they were, but they just appeared to me to be not designated. Secondly, there were and are skylights facing to the north. And that was the complaint of some of the neighbors to the north. So telling us that there is no skylights on the north side is not correct, I don't believe. And finally, one more thing. Finally, oh my gosh, I forgot.
Well, if you remember, you can let us know. Is there, to the applicant?
I will think about it, but there
right.
was another.
To the applicant, do you have a roof plan that we can look at for all of these and talk about as we go through this? And then can you answer the question of both new tile location, or areas that are not going to get tile, and then the skylight question and location.
Okay,
I think you
before
said most are to this side. I don't think you said none are to the north. But
Before he jumps in, my third question that I forgot. I like the term "where possible." We will remove a surface electrical where possible, or we'll do whatever else where possible. Well, who's to decide what is possible? I mean, you come back and, well, it's not possible. You can't do it. Well, then we've got the junk on the side of the wall that we were not originally approved. So I'm concerned about where possible and wondering when we will know what is possible. That's a question.
I'll
Mr.
answer that
Chair.
one first.
Okay. Joe, we
Uh,
can tag team it. Can I just make a couple of comments and then I'll turn it over to you? First of all, with respect to the roofs, we do have a note in the general notes on each of the elevation sheets, Commissioner Lendick, that says all roofing shall be two-piece clay tile roof. So we understand that some of the existing structures do not have that now, and we are proposing to replace any roof that doesn't with two-piece clay tile. So that is the intent of these notes. And similarly, you're going to have to be satisfied with what we are doing then with more developed plans in order to give us PDA. So that is when you'll see those details. And with respect to the skylights, perhaps Joe should take that one. We do have some skylights on the front sheds, and yet it is correct that that there are existing skylights on the back, on the north side of the structures, and those were the ones that were concerning the neighbor. And for the most part, those are being removed because they're in parts of the structures that are in the setback, and we're removing those parts of the structures. But that's correct that any skylight that we propose, we're going to be doing the low profile glass. And I'm sorry, Joe, if I jumped in.
And I would add that as far as where possible, I don't want to commit to anything because we're not even at that point where I know what's possible and what's not possible. So this is concept review. Once we get to PDA and final, you will know for sure, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I just can't commit to saying I could positively remove a certain piece of equipment. I don't know all the parameters involved in that movement, and I just left it open-ended for now.
Okay, and then can you finish off the skylight? Is there a place to look for where the skylights are that we can see either in roof plan or in elevation, and you can just comment? Because I know it's difficult because some portions being removed that have skylights. How do you actually show that it's going to be gone? But is there a roof plan or no? That we
No,
can
there's no
look
roof
at?
plan shown on the photos. And I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, but I said the majority of them are facing south. There are some that face north, but as Suzanne mentioned, a lot of those are for roofs that are being remodeled as part of the encroachment issue. So you can see it's the majority of them are on the 2 units to the west.
And are all those ones that are shown being replaced in the same spot if they are not being removed? If they're not part of a portion that's being removed, are they being kept at that same spot or are they being moved?
The intent is to keep the skylights where possible, but you know, once we get to cost constraints, I mean, you know, each of these owners are going to have to understand what the cost implications are of all these revisions. So they may choose to remove them, they may choose to replace them in place or move them, you know, but that'll all get worked out when we get into our construction documents and you get to review this for final.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add one final comment, which is that the whole intent of this project is to bring these additions and accessory structures up to code. I know that you have some comment letters that refer to that, and I just want to remind everybody that is the whole point of our application, is to bring everything up to building code requirements.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions by commissioners to the applicant? Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
how many of these accessory structures do we have? I counted 12. Is it 12 or 16? How many are there?
I don't know off the top of my head, but they're listed on the title sheet. See if I can count them real quick. Yeah, I count around 12 in my quick counting.
Question to staff. Is there, assuming that each one of these houses would be on its own lot, is there a limit to how many accessory structures a single family residence can have? That's a question to staff.
Mr. Baumann?
Yes, Chair Grumbine and Commissioner Mahan. There is a limit, and I forget off the top of my head, but the total of all these miscellaneous sheds does comply with the maximum total accessory floor area for this size lot. So they're in compliance with the zoning code on the total accessory buildings. Having said that, you know, almost all the accessory buildings never were permitted. So there's not necessarily an entitlement of these property owners to be able to replace all that floor area. That's sort of subject to design review, just like any other development standard. But, you know, like a project can meet the setbacks, but still not necessarily go through design review. This is similar where the accessory buildings are allowed, but it's subject to approval by the commission.
When this comes back to this, I would like for staff to have an answer to that question. How many? I have an accessory building on my property, and I think they only allowed me one. But
Hamilton?
That's a question. We have seven residences and 12 structures. It seems to me like there's something excessive somewhere, and I would like to have a positive answer about how that works out.
For now, I think it's 1,950 square feet, but let me look it up.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and to Mr. Baumann, I believe that is correct. It's in 30.140.020 for lots 20,000 square feet or larger. 1,950 square feet of accessory building space is allowed.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I add to this, because I think it's really important to this discussion. So there you go. The total square footage is consistent with the code, but there's a disadvantage to this property that I want to point out, which is, you know how we were talking about the exempt structures, those that are less than 120 square feet and without any kind of utility. There is also a code requirement. So there's a code section that says such buildings are exempt, but there is also a maximum that any one lot can have, which is 200 square feet. And here in this case, even though we've got 4.5 acres and 7 residences, we can only have a total of 200 square feet of exempt structures. So everything else does need to be permitted, and there is a real need for these small residences to have the kinds of storage and so forth that people want to have on their property, and very often can have with exempt structures. But since there's only one lot, there's a total of only 200 square feet of what can be of exempt structures allowed. So it's very minor. In other words, you're not going to see a bunch of exempt structures pop up on this property because it's not allowed.
Okay. And your argument is if there was multiple lots, then there would be multiple small amounts allowed for exempt structures.
Right. That's right.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Other commissioner questions? Okay. So in that case, let's now table this and let's go into the part B of the historian's report. So this is requesting acceptance of the phase 1 and 2 historic structure sites report prepared by Post Hazeltine. And the report concluded the 7 cottages meet criteria 3 and 5 to qualify to be designated as a whole as a City of Santa Barbara structure of merit. The report also concluded that the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, provided the guidance under standards 2, 5, and 6 is implemented. Therefore, project impacts of significant historic resources are considered less than significant. So welcome, Post Hazeltine, and if you would introduce yourselves, and then maybe go into a lot of the specifics of what, or not the specifics, but what your findings were, but also if you can also explain what your thinking is on both the structures and also the accessory structures, and what your conclusions were, obviously with all the present conversation in mind.
I'm Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates. I'm Pamela Post of Post Hazeltine Associates.
So I shouldn't say a nutshell, but
A very large 4-acre nutshell.
No, could I just interject as I was gonna give like a brief 2 to 3 minute synopsis of the development of El Rancho Hacienda, if that would be helpful. If not, we could just skip over that. So depends on
what your pleasure
what
is.
your pleasure of the commission member.
I think the synopsis, unless there's specifics that you want to point to with your conclusion, you can go ahead and do it that way. But we've read the report and are, I think, pretty familiar now with
good.
with your background of it.
Okay, great.
Great. Thank you.
I'll just jump into why we concluded, Pam and I, that the project was consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. And I think there are two major or three components. One is there are a fair number of unpermitted informal additions to all but one of the structures. The one structure that is the most intact is number 485. So it's very close to its original appearance. The other 6 have been altered to greater or lesser extents, which our reports kind of go into a fair amount of detail. The historic landscape, let's call it that. If you remember from reviewing our report on figures 77 and 78, there's a 1953 aerial photograph. That's one is a close-up and one is a little farther out. And the instructiveness of that is that the current configuration of driveways and the landscape, the gardening, it has been much altered since the early 1950s. Originally, the main driveway passed parallel to there, thank you. As you can see up to the top end of the photo, the original main driveway was actually very close to the cottages, likely because the owner envisioned this as a sort of dude ranch with horse corrals or paddocks in the center. His house was the building sort of close to the lower left-hand side of this sort of semicircular or irregular driveway. As you can see from looking at this, and then at the next figure on the next page, 78, landscaping was very minimal. And really, from blowing this up even more than this image, it appears the parking was right off the front of the houses, as you would expect, because originally each of them featured a one-bay garage, which with the structures has been converted to interior space. The remainder of, I won't even call it landscaping, but let's say a vernacular landscape of let's just call it chaparral and some trees. That was the original historic addition. Beginning in, we believe in the 60s and 70s, the driveways were realigned to give more space for landscaping. Fairly decorative and colorful gardens have been created in the intervening years, and alterations and additions were made to all of the cottages, with the most substantive changes to units 469 and 473. And on 489, the original square wood posts that supported the front porch, most of them have been removed and replaced by peeled logs, which look a little more Pueblo style, but those are not original. In reviewing the project and the unpermitted additions, much of that is to the rear of the buildings, so it hasn't affected as dramatically the sort of overall feel of the property, which is characterized by, basically a linear arrangement of small cottages that overlooked a field. And so we believe that as a cluster of buildings, even though there's varying states of preservation, that as a group, they retained enough integrity for the place of merit designation. None of the landscaping is historic, and essentially most of the driveways that exist now are not historic. In regard to the accessory buildings or the sheds, they are a varied group. However, given the size of the property and the fact that it slopes in a way that the houses are essentially at the, let's say topographically, the higher end of the property, these small structures, which are mostly sort of downslope from these buildings, don't have the same sort of visual impact that they would if they were all on a level field or abutting these cottages. So given the project's goal to recast these in a sort of Mediterranean tradition, which would be more sympathetic to the cottages, sort of stripped down, reductive version of the Spanish Revival style, we feel that if those changes are made as they propose, that the placement of those cottages in their design after remodeling would not substantially affect the setting of these cottages to the point that their ability to convey their architectural style and characteristics would be substantially eroded. Our report also included a number of measures as outlined in the previous synopsis to ensure the preservation of historic features and that the replacement of historic materials such as the steel windows is done in a manner that meets the Secretary of the Interior standards. And one way of achieving that is something we discussed with Nicole Hernandez, the city's architectural historian, that the historic building code can be applied to the project, which would allow, hopefully, many of the steel windows to be retained, at least in regard to their need to comply with Title 24. It hasn't been, as far as our best of our understanding, I don't believe the fire department has weighed in on whether those window types meet their code requirements and precisely what code requirements would be engendered by their review. So, as is often the case when we're looking at things at a conceptual level, if substantive alterations are necessary that are not really covered in our report, we would produce an addendum, and we've done that, as you know, many times in the past. So our conclusion is at a conceptual level, the overall plan meets the Secretary of the Interior standards because the overall grouping of cottages would be retained and some of the non-historic additions would be removed. We're also encouraging, or we have a measure there that the porch post on number 489 should be replaced to match the originals, which are square wood posts, which we feel would be more appropriate. And they are proposing to remove many of the more egregious sort of window additions that are very out of character with the cottage's architecture. So in summary, we feel at the conceptual level at this point, the project does meet the standards, but there will be further review probably to ensure compliance with the historic building code and other aspects of the standards that we enumerated in our report. And if you have any questions, Bev and I are here to answer them.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, if you're done with your report, let's go to public comment on this portion of the item. So any public comment on the historic structures report? The part B. So anyone wishing to make a comment, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar, please follow the instructions on screen if you'd like to give verbal public comment. And Ms. Tarnowska, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We just received those 2 letters from Leslie Gutierrez Jones and Cody Campbell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised in the webinar audience right now. So Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so back to the commission now for questions of the historian. Questions for the historians.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Jordan.
I noticed going through the report, which I appreciated the depth of the report, but there were, in talking about the outbuildings, there was these references to they appeared sometime in the 60s or 70s. Is there really no living memory that tells us when these buildings showed up? They just showed up and nobody knows how they got there?
All right, to the
We were not able to find information about precise construction years. We looked at some aerial photos from UCSB, but their entire range of photographs for this area is pretty expansive. However, because of COVID-19, unless the images have already been put onto their public website, they're not accessible. So we were not able, usually what we would do, because there are no permits, what we do is go look at index different years between the 60s and say the present, and see when when these appeared, and at least give an approximate construction date for them.
So that's basically, there's a new variant of virus that crosses the internet boundary that can get you. They don't allow you on.
Right.
Nice.
So many archives are still restricted, and with the recent sort of upsurge, they're kind of becoming more restrictive again in access. So it is a challenge for us by far.
Okay. Commissioner Jordan. Jordan, does that answer your question?
Yes, just as a quick follow-up. In an ideal situation where you had access, do you think there's evidence out there in the archives that would say, that gives a clearer picture of when these buildings appeared? Because right now we've got like a 20-year, a 2-decade span. Do you think there are answers out there?
The only possible,
No, I'm going to say it'd probably be unlikely, because these are very small accessory structures that were built, many of them without permits. So, I mean, that kind of record of when they were built would have to come from some sort of oral history, and that's not always very or anecdotal. So it's not very dependable. No, it would be, I think, difficult to trace small accessory structures like these through a documentary process. I don't know, Tim.
No, I agree. It is sometimes quite challenging, and even though some of the occupants, residents have been there for some time, we found in interviewing owners that memory varies.
Yes.
And so it's not always terribly accurate. And sometimes it's just stories passed down from other owners or other family members, and it can get kind of muddied.
Yeah, and just putting down something that's conjectural is not something that we think it's appropriate. So we want to be as accurate as possible. So we rely more on verifiable documentation if possible. So gathering anecdotal information, as Tim said, is chancy at best. With people's changing memories.
I wouldn't believe Commissioner Drury if he told us when the shed was built. So,
yeah, if he gets firsthand information, we'd be happy to receive it.
All right. Additional questions? Commissioner Uli?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the writers consider doing a composite photograph of, say, the drawing that is on the screen now and the current condition of the site, in analyzing whether or not the context was still strong enough to support the conclusions?
I think our report made that conclusion. Because it's a semi-rural property and it retains that sense of openness, even with the multiple small structures. If you've been out there, it certainly reads as a semi-rural property with a cluster or a linear arrangement of cottages that are obviously linked by a common architecture, which even to the uninformed observer would say they were probably built at the same time. And as we noted, they've been altered, but as a cluster, they still convey that architectural style they were designed and built in. So we do believe that even though the setting has been altered, as we have discussed and have written in our report, we feel there's enough context in terms of semi-rural, open space, a sort of natural environment without formal gardens or big formal hardscape features, that it still gives you that sort of quality of what that property was that was developed in the late 40s.
Yeah, I mean, and this is an almost 5-acre property, and you have 12 accessory structures that are relatively small, scattered, throughout the 5-acre property. So when you drive onto the property, I mean, they obviously are visible, but they're not jarring to the point of being, say, interfering with, so the ambiance of initially constructed, which, the 7 cottages when they were intended to be like a dude ranch and looking over a pasture, horses, but, that I think, that kind of setting still retains itself to a large degree, even with the
Need
accessory
to get some
structure.
more horses up there. Just get them, let
That's
them wander
right.
around.
Yeah, and instead
Along
of
with
chickens, get the,
All right, other questions? All right, if there's no other questions, let's go into comments in the report. Let's make a decision on the report, and we can go back to the project. So, Commissioner Uli.
I'll start off because I'm likely going to be the dissenting vote. I do not agree with the conclusions of the report. The context and the setting look nothing like what was designed or originally built. If you superimpose this setting over the existing setting, the road is not the same, the buildings are not the same, the core may be the same, but nobody sees the core because it's not visible. Some are bigger, some are smaller. The detailing is not consistent as the group because they've all been modified over time. The roofs are not consistent because they've all been modified over time. I can't support the conclusions of the report.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Uli. Someone else want to jump in? Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, and I guess this is really more of a question to you and to the staff. If we accept the report, does that mean we have to accept the conclusions of the report? At the April 28th meeting, we made a motion or passed a motion to put this on the list of potential historic resources. We did not designate it in April. And so if we accept the report, is there still a second step, which would be the step of designation?
Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. If you accept the conclusions of the report, it is only required that the building be added to the historic resources inventory. You're not required to designate it.
Yeah, just as a reminder, the potentials list is a thing of the past now. So we've replaced it with the inventory, which is basically, it's the same thing. It's that lowest level inventory as opposed to the historic resource.
Which you already
Or a
did
structure of merit.
to add it to the inventory last time. And so you don't need to do anything but accept the conclusions of the report at this time. You can, as a commission, decide if you want to move forward with a designation. Sometimes with these more complicated projects, you all choose to wait till the project's complete to sort of commemorate the project after it's done. So those are some of your choices, but all you have to do is accept the conclusions of the report or not at this hearing.
Okay, does that answer your question, Commissioner Good?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so other comments on the report? Thought?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Mahan?
So do I understand it that we don't have to accept the report, but we can still designate these structures as structures of merit?
No, reverse. You can, if you accept the report and the conclusions, you don't have to designate a structure of merit, or you could. It could be both things, right? We can put it on. Now, do we have to put it as an agenda to designate a structure of merit?
That's correct.
Yeah. So so there's a couple options. One option is not accept the findings of the report, and another option, or modify in some way. Another option is accept the findings of the report, but don't do anything more than that, and so it stays on the inventory list, which is like the old potentials list, just the inventory. It stays down at that lower level and it doesn't rise to a structure of merit. Or the third option is accept the findings of the report and you want to go forward with the structure of merit, which could be a thing that we go forward with later at the end of the project, or to be determined at the end of the project, or once they've done the upgrades and done the changes, or it could be that we go forward with it now. I think those are our three options. Is that right, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, I would just, I would have to
And by go forward with it right now, I mean, it would be asked to designate it as a structure of merit in the future, like to put it on the agenda. Okay, so is that clear or make sense, Commissioner Mann, as our options?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Any comments on the conclusions of the report or the report itself? Discussion of it?
Mr.
If no one
Chair.
else wants to jump. Sorry, we're in comments, Ms. Elledge. We got to work through this. Unless there's something that you think is important that we're not considering.
It has to do with Commissioner Uli's comment about the context changing so much. And because we're looking at this very figure on the screen for 5 minutes now, I wanted to make a correction that perhaps has some bearing on his feeling about it.
Okay, go ahead. We'll make an exception to our thing. Just make it quick, please. And we can.
Thank you very much. This is showing a plan dated 1958, when in fact, this plan is a 1954 plan for the proposed wash house. And why I think this is important is that the parcel as it exists today was part of a 1957 subdivision, which is shown in your plans. It's plan sheet AB 103. And when that subdivision occurred, the Planning Commission specifically envisioned the road, the access road that exists today, to be where it is. They, in fact, first denied the parcel, and when it was enlarged to be 4.59 acres, they then accepted it and approved the subdivision for two reasons. That the property had been enlarged in size to accommodate 15,000 square feet per residence, plus enough area for the access road to be relocated from where it is shown here. The 1954 date shows, if you scroll down a little bit more, just so you know, I'm accurate here. So that's the 1954 wash house plan. And then sheet AB 103 shows the subdivision, or I'm sorry, sheet AB 104 shows the 1957 subdivision. Planning Commission minutes, they reflect, which we have on the cover sheet, that they wanted the parcel, as I said, to accommodate 15,000 square feet per residence and the new access road alignment. So my point of bringing this up is 46, the road was where it was, but by action of the city in 1957, it changed to where it is today. And I just don't know if that had any bearing on what Commissioner Uli said about the context changing so much. So wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks for the additional point out information. Commissioner Uli, have you changed your heart?
I don't think it is appropriate for us to debate with the applicant.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I wanted to since no one else was commenting, I want to throw in my comments in the report. I agree with the report in general and the conclusions. I understand, Commissioner Uli, your residence. It is a fairly heavily changed by individual structures, but I still do think that the assemblage of them, even today, when we went to the property, they do, even though it's not a simple open plane, there's stuff going on, it still has the basic overall organization that I think still conveys that. So I would be in favor with that understanding of the overall. You feel that it is very special, very particular, this lot, and it has a particular one singular feel. It doesn't feel like it's been it sort of lost its integrity as a whole in terms of organization. Because if the outbuildings were bigger, I think they would throw it off enough that it would sort of really strongly compete with the main structures. But the main structures and their alignment still feel, and the openness of the rest of the parcel still feels to convey that. So for me, it seems like the report argued well enough for those to be convinced. Commissioner
Mr.
Jordan?
Chair, yes, I recognize what a complex design this project is. I do not find the results or the conclusions of the report persuasive. Part of that has to do with the fact that it's a very complicated project, but we are being asked to look at these 7 as one thing. And the argument is that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And yet when I look at the report, when they talk about the integrity of individual parts of the project, and they'll mention that it's a fair to poor or fair to good, I find that the whole doesn't, for me, yet add up to more than the sum of its parts. So treating this as one thing and saying if this were another building and we had parts of the building that were in such poor shape, would we say, yes, this meets the level? I'm not ready to say that yet, so I do not support the conclusions of the report. I do not find them persuasive.
And as a point of clarification on that, the conclusions of the report that this is worthy of being a structure of merit. Was that correct? Sorry, you broke up.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez?
Oh, I just wanted to remind you also have the conclusion that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards. So there's 2, because it's both parts.
Gotcha. Okay, so, that's a good also differentiation question. So could we find that the report meets certain aspects of the Secretary of Interior standards, but not agree with the conclusion of it being a structure of worthy of being a structure of merit?
Well, so I think you need to vote on the first one first, because if you don't agree with those conclusions, it kind of goes against the vote that put this on the inventory in the first place, which puts it under your jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's
And so then it's going to kick it out of your jurisdiction. So it's kind of going against your last vote, but there's more information provided here because it's so complicated. So you probably should do the first part and then the second one, probably in 2 different, because they're kind of different issues.
All right.
So yeah, since you put this on the inventory and that's what put it in your jurisdiction, so to go against that would pull it out.
Commissioner Lenvick?
Yes, Ms. Fernandez, I don't know that if this was not designated a structure of merit or structures of merit, I don't know that it takes it out of our jurisdiction. It's over 50 years old. They're trying to get a permit. It would come before us.
Just as long as it stays on that inventory, the historic resources inventory, which is based that it might qualify to be designated. That's what puts it on that inventory.
My problem with the conclusions are that the original project as envisioned was 7 motel units or hotel units or cottages that acted as a single unit. And what it has devolved to now are 7 units that have been poorly added onto. By added onto, I mean the private streets and the parking and the outbuildings and the walkways and everything about what's happened to these 7 units. It has gone to individual status, and it's not a single unit any longer that is cohesive from the standpoint of its drives and parking and accessory structures, so on and so forth. So I think you have 7 old buildings here, and disorganized parking and drives and accessory structures, and I don't think that makes this project a structure of merit. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan. Yes,
Yeah,
Commissioner Mahan.
apart from the report, when I visited the site, and also after I looked at Mr. Andreolaitis's revisions to the buildings, because I think some of the additions that are there now have been abusive. But when I walked the site and all of those, I saw something that I felt should be saved and should be protected. And if the proof is in the pudding, these original buildings are still there and they still have the character that they had. And I think that the proposed additions and corrections are going to enhance them. And so I feel like this is something that needs to be a structure of merit. We need to protect these buildings. We don't want to let these things slip through our fingers. It's really important to save these. So whether you can agree with all of the findings in the report or not, I think the proof is in the pudding. There's something out on that site that's worth saving, and it's our responsibility to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mahan. I want to add one little part to this conversation as well, which is that, and Ms. Hernandez, please correct me if I'm wrong, but just accepting the report does not, and the findings of the report about the sheds as well. Let's talk about the accessory structures in particular right now. The report finds that by doing the design that they did for rebuilding the accessory structures, that they aren't negatively impacting if it was a historic resource, negatively impacting the historic resource. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have to accept all of the sheds or everything. It just means that if we do accept it, because this is a modification, if we do accept it, it's not going to, as proposed currently, it's not going to hurt the historic resource, if it's a historic resource, the cottages, enough so that it would be a negative impact. So it's not necessary. I just want to make clear that if we accept the report, we don't have to allow all the sheds that are being proposed, all the accessory units. We may or may not, but that we don't have to do that for the historic structures report portion. Is that correct, Ms. Hernandez?
That's correct. Yeah.
Mr.
Okay, and we also don't have to make it a structure of merit. We can accept the report and just do nothing, and it stays on the inventory list, and we still review it, but it's not a structure of merit. We could also make it a structure of merit afterwards if we want, once things are repaired enough that we feel it's good.
Yes.
Okay, I want to make those points just clear in our discussion so that we know how it binds us if we accept this report or not.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
Well, I find myself swaying back and forth between all these persuasive arguments, and I'll agree with you, then I'll agree with Commissioner Jordan, and back and forth and back and forth. But I think my conclusion is I am going to defer to the authors, the professional authors of this report, and I will support accepting the report. And also I view all the changes that have happened over the years as part of the history of this project. So we're preserving that entire history, not just what they originally looked like. So I think that's important as well. So for that reason, I can support accepting the report.
All right, any others? Comments wise? Otherwise, we'll look for someone to make a motion. And this is just in the report, so unless you had any comments to attach to it, it would just be a motion for either acceptance or denial or some hybrid.
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
I'm going to make a motion to accept the report as submitted.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Mahan, a second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion. Any other discussions to sway the sway the vote? All right. In that case, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli,
No.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes, I wasn't here last time, and am I supposed to abstain, or is this a separate issue?
Have you watched?
I did not
Yeah.
watch.
Then you
Commissioner Manuel
abstain.
abstain from voting, if not review the previous minutes and video.
Abstain.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Jordan,
Oh, you're muted.
No.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Lundvik.
No.
And thank you. And Chair Grumbine.
Yes. So we have a split. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it'd be 3-3.
Right. So now what do we do?
Fails on a tie, doesn't it? I think it
That-
fails on a tie.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the motion fails since there's no majority.
Okay. So someone else want to make a motion and possibly think of a crafting it in a way that can get a majority?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe you're going to get a majority. I do not support the conclusions of the report,
Okay.
notwithstanding all of the wonderful,
And tell them I lost my connection.
arguments in favor of supporting the project, but the interior standards don't give you latitude to consider additions done today as something that's going to improve something that is historic. It has, in my opinion, has no context now in their individual components. Yeah, I get it. It's still rural and, still has that rural flavor and all, but, the common man cannot walk down that street and say all of those houses were originally the same. It is just changed too much, and I don't believe this project belongs in HLC's jurisdiction.
Okay. Any other arguments? And any other try at a motion? So what about
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I didn't print this out when I read it 3 or 4 days ago, and I don't have the bandwidth to bring it up right now on my iPad. The conclusions page, could that be brought up and showing us on the screen?
That's for the second part. So that says that they find that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards, and then above is where it says they feel it qualifies as a historic resource.
So, we can wait until we get to that section before I ask the question. Commissioner Lenvik.
Yeah, so you have to make, if you can't, if you find these don't qualify, it probably has to go, kicks over to ABR, because then you won't be able to make findings that they meet the Secretary of Interior standards, and that's what you have to do for something on the inventory.
So, okay, that kind of ties to my second question. So isn't there another aspect of it, of their conclusion that that meets the structure of merit? Is that right?
Yes, so they
Okay.
find that, and I don't the page in front of me. That's the section above before the Secretary of Interior standards. They felt it qualified, or would qualify to be a merit. So
So just to be clear, the meeting the Secretary of Interior standards is applying the rules of the Secretary of Interior, for working with historic buildings, and saying whether this project meets those rules by removing portions, adding portions, however it reconfigures, that meets the Secretary of Interior standards. And the assumption is it has to meet the Secretary of Interior standards because it was declared a structure of merit or is on the inventory list, because those also have to meet the Secretary of Interior standards, right? So I guess the question.
Code. That's in the municipal code. That's sort of our standard for review for anything historic.
Okay, so then I guess my question.
Find it as historic. I guess we'll have to kick it away.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up question to see if there is a way of finding consensus, or not consensus, but at least a majority, is, and Commissioner Lenvik or others, would you be agreeable to it if it did not, if you do not have to support the conclusion that it meets is worthy of a structure of merit, but that the report be either that we don't accept that portion, or we request that the historians revise that to only be a inventory as part of the historic inventory, as opposed to the structure of merit. Is that a path forward at all, or is that a potential? Because their analysis takes it as a structure of merit, but does it have to? Is the question. Can they be directed to say if you did it as you revise it to be to look at as a contributing, whatever part of the what's it called? Sorry, my brain's fried.
No, I know for the purposes of CEQA, they're just treated as historic resources. That's why, once one of these reports finds it significant and you agree that project needs to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. And I think when it was here last time, you all did vote that it should be on the inventory.
Except for me.
But by majority vote, by majority. So this report has caused I guess the more information it's brought to light has changed some opinions, and we'll have to send it over to ABR if you can't.
Okay, Ms. Ellis.
First point I'd like to ask is, Commissioner Manuel, this is the first time that the historic report has come to the commission. So I don't know that because he wasn't at the last meeting when we were looking at plans that he cannot vote on the report. So I would like to ask that somebody clarify that. I believe it is possible that he can vote on the report because this was the first time the commission saw it. And secondly, if you get to the point where you're talking, and I'll just be quiet right now about it, but it obviously will be a huge hardship if we have to go backwards at this point and not have the project reviewed by you from a design standpoint and go back to a different hearing body. So if we could talk about that at the appropriate time, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good. So let's start with the first question. It's a good question to staff. Commissioner Manuel, can he vote on this? Because it says his first time we're seeing the historic structures report.
Yeah, the report, yes, because it is separate from the plans.
Okay,
we often have them independent.
Yeah. Okay, well, that answers the first part. So let's go down this road first, and then let's have, I think we'll need a new motion on the floor and then a new vote, because now Commissioner Manuel is in it. So for this part B. So does anyone want to say anything else before we get a motion on the floor about this? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I don't understand I'll make a motion to support the report.
Yeah, okay, so, and it's a point of clarification, Commissioner Mahan, the reason why we're doing this is because just the realization that Commissioner Manuel can in fact vote on this part, he cannot vote on the part A, you can vote on Part B because this is the first time.
This is
Okay.
the first time we've seen the report. So I'm making a motion to support the report.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Mahan, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, any discussion? All right.
I would like
Commissioner Lenvick.
I'd like to make a suggestion, if reference to being eligible for a Santa Barbara Structure of Merit was removed from the report at its various locations, then I could probably vote for it. But I don't consider what we see there today in its current state as a structure of merit material. And I just think if it was removed from the report, it'd be a lot easier to say, yeah, it's still in the system, but not eligible. I don't know.
Okay, so with that, I first want to get clarity from, actually turn to the makers of the report and just ask them about that, and then come back to the commission and ask about Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner or Vice Chair House, whether they would be up for that change. But
I
first,
think
if we can hear.
Go ahead and vote on the motion. Because we have a motion.
Well, is there any other thing? Well, I just want to make sure, because it's a suggestion of a swap out, whether there's other issues that might pop up if that is a language swap out that we're not understanding, and then that we'd have to go backwards and fix. Ms. Hernandez, did you have any input on that?
Well, it would be still considered like an eligible historic resource because it's on the inventory, and you will have to make the findings that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards to the project. So.
Okay, so but that shouldn't change.
You can just accept the first portion and with the condition that it's just remains on the historic resources inventory until
the time is considered otherwise.
Mhm.
So is there a way of, even in the motion, just saying that we don't agree that for now that this meets is qualifies as a historic resource, but we do, is there a way of doing it in the motion, or does it have to be a revised
Mr. Chair.
report, or what?
Why do that?
Mr. Chair. Commissioner Mahan?
I think that what's misleading in this summary statement, it says, given these current state of preservation and the level of architectural importance, I think that what's not clear is that the south elevations of all 7 of the units are pretty much there the way they were. They've had some minor changes to windows and stuff, but they're pretty much there. The other elevations they're there, but they've just been surrounded by new construction. And it's my understanding that in preservation, that if the original building structure is there, even though it's been covered over by some new construction, that still counts as something that can be preserved, because the new construction can be taken away, and then the original building is there. I don't think that's clear in this particular sentence, but I feel that is a situation in fact.
And you can often in the past you've accepted reports with conditions, and the preparers change what you ask and they resubmit it to me for the final record.
Okay, so along those lines, can we? It's sounding like I'm trying to get this across to something and something votable. It sounds like Commissioner Lenvick, if the condition was added that the report was augmented so that at least for now, that it's not a structure of merit, but just as a part of the inventory, that you would be okay with it. You would be supportable if it can go and get changed in that way. And it sounds like Ms. Hernandez, that can be possible if the maker of the motion makes it that way. That can be language that's added, that the report be revised per these comments. And so with that,
I buy into that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, Commissioner Mahan, it's up to you as the maker of the motion, whether you want to include that language in so that it stays.
I'll accept that revision to the motion.
Okay. And Vice Chair House, do you accept the second? Or as a seconder, do you accept?
I would rather not, because there's a motion on the floor, and I think with the addition of Mr. Commissioner Manuel, we have the votes, and so I don't really see the reason to go through these gyrations when I think there's a motion on the floor that would pass.
Okay, so
let's call the question then.
well, okay, so now we're back to the original motion then. In that case, is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion for full acceptance of the report as submitted. All right, and let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll take the roll call vote, and I'll start with Commissioner Uli.
No.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
No.
Commissioner Lundvik,
No.
and Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Motion carries, and now we're halfway through. And for this part, Commissioner Manuel, you could only ask questions. You can't comment. We already had questions, but if there are any other questions that come up, we can ask those. But we're back to part A of this now for the concept review. All right. So let's see. So let's start with comments then now on, and if you can make sure to comment on a couple of things, and as we hopefully fairly quickly discuss, and then bring something forward. So there's a lot area modification that and we want to comment on whether we think it's acceptable or not. Allows for acceptance of additions. So that's just generally speaking, accepting additions. And then setback modification for the 11 inches to remain on in the setback on the backside for the one unit. And then there's going to need to be a compatibility analysis as well. So kind of thinking along all those lines. And obviously, a lot of details to come still with windows and doors and all those pieces. But the two big main factors being the changes to the houses, and the accessory structures. So if we can comment on that, your thoughts and potential ways of going forward with all those pieces. So who wants to start it off? Not all at once.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
Now, a question first to the applicant. Is the architecture of the houses about the same as what we saw last time? The taking away of illegal stuff and the putting on new additions, is that pretty much have there been any substantial changes to that for the 7 houses? 6, actually, I guess.
Yeah, the only change that was made was to unit 469, where Tim and Pam commented that part of that addition was overlapping part of the south facade. So they wanted that overlap to be eliminated.
And could you zoom in and point that
Can you
out?
identify
Or
that and
get Mr. Bolton?
Clarify that a little more with the drawings?
It's probably best to look at the floor plan for 469.
Is that to say the area of the addition was reduced from last time?
It moved, so the master bedroom that you see on the, I'm going to call that the southeast corner, that west wall of the master bedroom was overlapping the south facade about 18 inches.
Oh.
So we moved the addition over, I think, 12 inches, and then I reduced the width of the master bedroom 6 inches. So it got a little smaller.
Okay.
That doesn't sound very serious. Other than that, everything is stayed about the same?
Correct. Other than addressing your comments, with windows and tile and all that.
I feel that the architecture is submitted and here revised is acceptable. And I don't find that all of the outbuildings being acceptable. And one of the reasons is that the houses themselves are lined up in a orderly manner, and the accessory buildings are helter-skelter all over. And I think that that's out of character with the 7 structures that are really important. They enclose the historic cottage, and so I'm not going to be able to support yet. And another thing, I think we need to consider some landscaping of, and are these accessory buildings being landscaped, and what color are they, and all sorts of questions that haven't been answered yet. So I can't support the accessory buildings as they are presented today, but I can support the architecture of that surrounds the cottages.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Vice Chair House.
I would largely agree with that. And I think for the most part, the additions and improvements are things that could be removed and restore buildings to their original configuration and appearance. And I think improvements in that direction have already been made by removing portions that encroached in setbacks and various other changes. As far as the outbuildings, I'm on the fence about that. I think that it's an organic growth of what has happened over the period of time that people have owned and lived in these. And I think some of them could use improvement. I wouldn't say that I would favor them all being identical and all being in the same relationship to their cottages, because they never were. And I don't think that would be an improvement. So I don't have so much of a problem with their organic locations. And it is awfully hard to evaluate how they look after, with the proposed changes, and how that is an improvement to the overall party of the property. So yes, I think that the outbuildings probably need more consideration, and maybe another site visit is warranted, not necessarily all together, but largely I support what's been presented.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, along those lines, I think that the applicant needs to give some consideration to the fact that we have 7 houses here and we have 12 outbuildings. And somehow I think that's wrong. That's too much. It's too many little helter-skelter things in front of these houses. And maybe those outbuildings can be combined. Meaning the applicant has said, well, we're moving some of them, sheds. Maybe those sheds could be moved over and combined with a studio or something like that, so that we, instead of having 2 structures, we have 1 structure. And to simplify the site plan, I would maybe when he comes back the next time, he can have executed some simplification of these outbuildings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other commissioners' comments? All right, my own comments, on the same line. I think that everything else that Commissioner Mann and Vice Chair House said, with the sort of nuance that in site plan it looks helter-skelter. I don't know if by landscaping or by slightly different positioning that they could actually look just fine. But in site plan view, it doesn't look like it looks random. And the question becomes, it might be that the randomness is the best way if they're screened the right way, or that's the spot that they disappear. But I think the general strategy should be make them disappear as much as possible and not feel like they were littered. They're littering the front. And so that might be, like Commissioner Mahan said, combining them or reducing their number in some way. Or it might be by just really, really cleverly screening them using the topography and using different landscape or some landscape that does that. So I think that that's still an unresolved thing. In general, I'm in favor of the way they're going about it by unifying them, tying them to the historic resource. So I think that that's in generally the right way to do it. It's just a matter of their placement and their visual impact. And as you approach the site and as you're seeing the houses all together. So I think that needs to be kind of shown or figured out that it's really minimized and they really disappear. So and then I might be supportive of a number, if not all of them. But that's my own opinion about it. Other comments on it? Okay, so so this is before us for a concept review only, and this is with, but a compatibility analysis was requested for going to the show officer. The question is going to be, with the compatibility analysis that we're going to give right now, especially with the accessory building to the applicant, are you going to want another shot at this before we do our accessibility or our compatibility analysis for the show officer? And so, Mr. Angeles.
Yeah, I think we would like to take another shot, and I just wanted to point out and just remind the commissioners that the rural nature of this site, that if it was what it was meant to be with a dude ranch, it would have all kinds of accessory structures that a ranch would typically have, such as a garden shed, a workshop, storage sheds, maybe a barn, a tool shed, even guest rooms. So I just want to keep that in mind. I mean, removing some of these sheds is going to be a big burden to the owners, I know for a fact. And then I would suggest maybe we do another site visit to really maybe concentrate on the accessory structures and revisit it and see what we can come up with. Because I know from the owner standpoint that it's going to be an issue for them to relocate and rebuild all these accessory structures.
Okay, so, well, I think in general, it's going to be, so given the fact that you're hearing what our concerns are, and obviously accessory structures is the biggest factor that you're hearing, how the best way to move forward might be, and I don't know if it's marking out things or however you might want to convince the commission in person or through drawings or renderings or 3D or whatever. But I think the key that you're hearing is that it's not, there isn't enough evidence right now in front of us that convinces a majority that these accessory buildings as proposed are going to fly. So I think the question becomes however you're going to come up with a solution and design and show that, I think is the big question. Yeah, go ahead. And we don't want to do a lot of back and forth here. It's a long item. Go ahead.
I would just add that I'm getting an echo, but I would add that the comments have been for all the accessory structures, and I don't know if that's actually so I'd like to narrow down which particular ones may be problematic, because some you can't even see from the road, some are next to houses, some are under tree canopies. So I think that's an exercise I would like to get feedback from you guys about. Ones are particularly the issues that you.
So I think part of the problem is there's not enough, even though this is a massive amount of information, there's not enough information for us to judge that based on what we're looking at. Because even though you know the site really well and others know the site, if you pointed to any one of these sheds, I bet most of the commissioners wouldn't know what does that shed look like and where it looks like from different areas. So I think part of the challenge is or part of the problem is we need to be able to understand how these different sheds impact. And I know only 3 of them are being moved or whatever, but even then, just how they visually impact. Most the commissioners have been to the site already and already feel there's something there that's not as compatible. So, and so I think that the task is in your hands for that in terms of how you're going to convince. But right now, we don't have enough information visually in front of us to be able to judge those impacts of those different sheds. And so I think that's part of the problem. I don't think we can get there right now today with this information. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I think we have learned a lot about this property since we did our original site visit and understand things much more. And for me, I would say another site visit would be the most useful approach, because then we can imagine these individual sheds remodeled as has been proposed. And I think we might then be able to identify which ones are the most egregious and need to move somewhere else or need a different treatment, and which ones are fine as is proposed to remodel them. Because I agree with you, we don't really have context information looking at the plans that we have here. So for me, I think another site visit would be the most productive.
Okay. Other thoughts, other commissioners? And Ms. Ellis, I'll give you one quick comment.
And sheets that have photos of all the different accessory structures. And I wonder if it would be beneficial for the commissioners if we just went to those plan sheets and Joe just summarized how each one was changing, because we do have photos of them that were included in your packet. So I understand we focused on the site plan during this discussion today, but we could literally look at each outbuilding and tell you what was happening with it.
I don't think that would be productive.
I don't think that's going to work. And this has been a long amount on this item, so I think we need to move on with it. But I do think that a site visit would probably be very helpful with all this new information in mind, and maybe some more information that Mr. Andrulaitis can provide, and maybe some other ideas for screening, or even buildings that he might guess we're going to find are the most egregious, having some concepts for how to screen more or do other things. But I think we've had a lot of time on this item, and I think right now we don't have it clearly enough to give a quick judgment, and so we're going to have to move forward with it. But the main point of the question was to really ask whether there was, with where we're leaning with this and how you're seeing what the board is saying for the accessory buildings, whether you want to try to go to the show officer with these comments, or whether you want to refine it more and work on the things that we're finding need more, at least clarity, and maybe more work, but clarity for sure. And maybe the site visit is the best way of doing clarity, but whatever that would be. And it's sounding like what you would rather have is keep going with this as opposed to go to the show officer with comments that you're hearing right now. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair.
A quick question to Mr. Andrulaitis, and then we'll come back to the commission for discussion.
I would defer to Suzanne. I mean, my feeling is that it's best that we get a firm decision on the accessory structures before we go to show. But I would like to hear.
Ms. Elledge, to you, and then we're going to come back to the commission and try to move something forward.
Thank you. We've been working very closely with you now for several months.
Yeah, looking at the plan, when I look at, and this is, along with Bill Mahan's concerns, I look at, 469, and there are 3 accessory structures on that parcel, or in that area. You look at 473, and there are 2 accessory structures. And you look at 481, there are 2 accessory
Mr.
structures.
Lennox, hold on a second. Let's get into that with our comments and our conclusion and our motion. I want to just pull back from the applicant in a second. And so I want to give them one last chance to give us what their feelings are, and then we're going to come back and make a motion based on what the commission wants. So I'll come back to you, Commissioner Linder, but Ms. Elledge, do you want to quickly just tell us one way or the other how you would prefer, not that we're going to necessarily go that way, but what would you prefer based on what our current comments are?
We've worked closely with you, and we would like the opportunity to satisfy you with respect to this sort of concern you have about the accessory structures. And I think a site visit and a better understanding, you may feel differently than you feel today. So yes, we would like that opportunity.
Okay, great. All right, so now we're going to go back to the commission now for comments and a decision and a motion. So Commissioner Lenvik, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just was merely commenting that Bill Mahan had identified there 12 accessory structures for 7 homes, and you look at the development plan, and you see that some residences have 3 accessory structures, and a number of them have 2, and they're tearing down or rebuilding or moving some of them. Why can't they move them so they can combine 2 into 1? I mean, I think that there's some effort that could be made on the applicant's part to bring some regularity and some rational planning to the structures that are subservient to the main house.
Okay, it sounds good. That makes sense. Any other additional comments? And if not, I'll try to summarize where we are with our comments. And considering I'm guessing we're not going to try to send it on to the show, so we don't have to do the compatibility analysis, but I would like to summarize our current comments and see if anyone wants to add anything. Commissioner Early?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. While I disagree that these have any historic value, I think the applicant has done a great job at trying to remedy the permit issues. In my opinion, I believe that the accessory buildings, their placement and their number is somewhat irrelevant. If this was a road that I was going to drive down every single day and I see these accessory buildings where they are now, I might have a concern. But this is a 4.5+ acre site, private driveway, and unless I'm going to go visit my friend in 469, I'm never going to see this stuff. So it seems that if we continue to echo that this is a quote dude ranch unquote, and its rural nature is ranch-like, then you would find all kinds of support little structures, sheds and lean-tos and whatever. And so I personally don't have a problem with the number or the placement of accessory structures. My issue is I don't believe any of it is historic. But as I said, I appreciate the applicant's positive movement towards solving a permit issue.
All right. Okay, so any other comments? Otherwise, I'll summarize. I'll take a shot at summarizing. Okay, so in general, it seems like the commissioners are generally favorable towards the lot area modification, which allows the acceptance of additions, with the accessory buildings being currently the biggest split in terms of where the commission is in terms of those are in favor or not. So more on that. So then in general, the setback modification, I'm going to assume that everyone's on board with the 11-inch over the edge and doesn't really care about it, but if not, speak up now. But the pulling back off the setback of all the back structures except for the remaining 11-inch. So I'm assuming that we're in support of that modification. Knowing that the additional things like color and windows and the other details will be coming, so recognizing that is going to be a continuation part of the process. And also recognizing that it's a very complex project. I guess another note is that the commission commends the applicants for the beautification and development of the structure, or the helping of these structures to be more in compliance with the historic resource. both in the clay tile roofs, the change and removal of some skylights, a change of all skylights and the removal of some, and the removal of a number of pieces that are non-conforming and are also stylistically different than the later modifications and different than the original historic resource. Let's see. Okay, so now getting to the accessory buildings. The accessory buildings are the portions the commission is the most split over. Feeling that there are too many of accessory buildings for this lot, and that they should be combined, organized, or screened in some combination of all of those to help simplify the number and or the layout of them. As a side note, I could go either way with them. I think would just in plan form, I think if they look speckled all over the place. In person, it didn't seem to be as much and as bad, but I would want to now imagine it with the new revisions and design. And so I think that I could go either way with it, but I need more information on it before I can even have an opinion about it. And with the direction that a site visit is probably the most helpful, and with to understand looking at from the site, what the new structures will look like, and also where the new locations will be. And so I would say that as part of this, it would be important to mark off wherever the proposed or even new proposed, if there's new thought on where some of these buildings might be relocated and or combined, where those are marked in the field, at least to a approximate degree, so that we can visualize it in the field. So I think miss any comments or think that a comment isn't worded right?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House?
One question would be whether or not it should be a site visit where we individually go there, or we have staff and the applicant arrange it so that we are all there. And I have come to the conclusion that the latter would be preferable, because we need to see illustrations of each of the outbuildings.
We're getting reverb. If everyone can mute.
Please turn off your mic if you're not on. So they could, instead of carrying around a set of plans, have elevations of each of these structures mounted on some boards so that everybody can easily see it as we're looking at each outbuilding. I think that would be the most productive approach.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. So, all right.
Chair.
Who is that, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah. Just to build on Vice Chair House's comment, if the commissioners wish to do individual site visits or in small groups, they can view it from the public right of way. But in order to gain access to the property, we really would need to coordinate that with the applicant and owner, and it would probably have to be a formal site visit at that point. But staff can work with the applicant on that.
All right. That sounds good then. I think that seems to be the only option then, because obviously we're not going to be able to understand it from just staying at the public right away.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance with the applicant to work with staff to schedule a site visit to evaluate the outbuildings.
I'll second that motion.
And do you want with the comments that
with the comments that you articulated?
All right, make a seconder of the motion. Okay with that?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right. I'll start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Abstain.
Commissioner Dordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Phew.
All right. So this is not an appealable thing, so there you have it. All right. Thank you to the applicant, and we are on to the last item, I believe.
If he's still alive.
Yeah, and I know Commissioner Drury has to leave in 15 minutes, so, all right, or 20 minutes. So, all right, we're on to item 4806 Vine Avenue, it's review after final approval. The Craftsman-style residence constructed in 1916, relocated from 415 Old Coast Highway, is a designated structure of merit. The HLC accepted the historic structures report for the project on March 21st, 2018, and requested a subsequent addendum to the report to evaluate the architectural design changes. PDA and final approval were granted on July 11th, 2018. The original proposal included relocation of the historic 1,600 square foot single unit residence from 415 Old Coast Highway to the lot at 806 Vine Avenue. The project included constructing a new understory consisting of a 1,000 square foot 4-car common garage and a 608 square foot of habitable area, resulting in a new cumulative 2,200 square foot single family unit residence. The proposal also included associated site paving, landscape utilities, and a new 24-inch retaining wall. This is review after final is requested for alterations to the south and west elevation, including adding a window at the front elevation, adding a transom to a lower level door, and converting the adjacent window to a door, raising the garage door height, and converting an upper floor window to a door, and adding a Juliet balcony. Substantial conformance to the plans granted final approval on July 11, 2018 is required. The project was last reviewed May 29, 2019. And that's part A. And then part B is requesting acceptance of the phase 2 historic structure site report by Hazeltine. The report concluded that the revised project's impact to significant historic resources on and adjacent to the existing location of the resource are less than significant, provided the guidance outlined in section 6.3.2 of the report, if this report is implemented. All right. So welcome. We're going to have maybe comments from staff in a minute. You'll have 15 minutes, but you probably don't need all 15 minutes for the presentation. And I think you might be muted as well, Mr. Rivera.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, all good. So you all, but what we'll do is have you present it, and then we'll put it on pause. We'll go to the public comment, back to the commission, and then to the historic structures report, and then handle that, and then come back to you for the closing of it. So, all right. So with that, Mr. Hamilton, was there any comments?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I didn't have any additional comments. I just wanted to let you know that you could have the applicant present item A and then table it to review item B. So you're already aware. Mr. Rivera, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Could you put up the photos, please? If you could zoom in maybe on the image, yeah. So again, this takes the Craftsman home from Old Coast Highway and relocates it to Olive Street. Here's kind of an in-progress construction photo from Olive showing the process of the relocation. So there is one change that we're going to propose on this Olive Street facade. And I'll get to that in a moment. You have the next image, please. This is the west elevation of the relocated structure, and it shows the new understory and how the site drops off pretty steeply from Olive Street, which allowed for that understory. And as you can see, it's also, because of the tight setback, pretty hidden from public view. But there's a couple minor fenestration changes that we're going to propose on the new lower understory on this elevation. Next image, please. And this is just the opposite east elevation. No changes proposed here, but again, just kind of showing you the topography and the kind of tight setback situation on the lot. And last image, please. This is the south elevation, which is internal to the site. We're going to have a couple changes that we propose here that do deal with primarily that foreground mass and the fenestration there. So that just tries to give you an orientation from the construction photo standpoint. So if we could go to the drawings, please. So just for reference, site plan up at the top, the relocated structures on the left-hand side. You can see how the topography drops off from Olive and the new understory footprint below the relocated house. Next page, please. This is the floor plan of the new understory. And so there's a habitable kind of family room on the upper portion tucked up against the retained site. And then there's a new garage on the lower portion. So the changes here at this understory are pretty minor. If we could zoom in to the clouded area there on the left-hand portion, please. So currently there's a door that accesses the habitable space, and we'd like to add a transom above that. We have, because of the topography, a pretty high plate height for that understory. So we just want to try to take advantage of the space there and get as much light into that as possible. And then right below it, we had a window into the garage, and we'd like to take that opening down and put a man door in that portion. So that's kind of it for the lower floor changes. If we go to the next sheet, please. So here's the upper floor plan of the relocated structure. We could kind of zoom in on the porch area there on the upper part of the plan. So this faces Olive Street. It was that first photo image. The main front door there is, as you can see, covered porch. This area of the house had been modified previous to the relocation because the original structure had been split into a duplex. So this area had a pair of kind of French doors that were added and kind of a strange window off to the right-hand side. But what we're proposing is to have just this more generous window here that kind of addresses Olive Street in kind of a more dignified manner than the kind of small window that's there now. I'll show you that on the elevations. And if we could just scroll down to the bottom of the plan, please. So this is that south elevation that faces the interior of the site. And currently the bedroom 3 has kind of a small double hung window that's off center from the gable roof above. And what we'd like to do is change that out for a pair of patio doors and then add a new Juliet balcony that kind of takes its cues from the rest of the detailing on the original house. So that's kind of the changes in plan. If we could go to the last sheet, please, which I believe is sheet 5. So these are the elevations as approved by the commission previously. If we could zoom in on the north elevation on the upper right-hand side. So this is that kind of porch area that I was talking about, in the kind of X area was where the old added French doors were. And then, you know, to the left of that, there's this kind of small high window that's kind of off center in the porch. So we're going to propose a change there that I'll show you on the next sheet. I just want to walk you through what is existing now. If we could zoom back out and then go to the west elevation in the lower left side. So that French door there at the bottom of the stairs, that's the area where we want to add a transom. And then that window immediately to the right of it is the one that we want to change into a door. And then if we can just kind of scroll to the right there to the south elevation. This is that back elevation. There had been a door added that's going to be filled in. That's the kind of hatched portion there with the dotted lines. again, because we have this high plate height, we'd like to just raise the garage door up a foot to an 8-foot door. And then right above that is that kind of asymmetrical double hung window that we'd like to change out to the balcony. So if we could go to the previous page, page 4, and I'll just walk you through the proposed changes. So north elevation there, yes. So here, rather than that kind of awkwardly placed small high window on the porch, we're proposing this larger pair of double hung windows that would address the street. So that's the only change proposed there. Then if we could go to the west elevation in the lower side, these are the clouded area, the changes proposed there. So that's the added transom on the door. And then immediately to the right of that, that's taking that window opening down to create a exit door from the garage. And then finally, if we can go to the south elevation there. So again, raising that garage door head height a foot. And then this is the idea for that bedroom there would be to get rid of that kind of awkwardly placed double hung window, place the patio doors centered on the gable above, and then adding this little Juliet balcony outside of that that would take its detail cues from the existing front porch railings and the kind of bracketing that the house has on some of the overhangs and bay windows to give it kind of a visual support below. So those are the proposed changes, and we go from there and then on to the historic structures report.
Great. All right. So with that, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon and follow instructions. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are no attendees by webinar currently, so I'll just confirm with Ms. Ternosta if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did not receive any written public comment for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission. Oh, I guess let's go to, let's do commission questions, and then we'll go, before we go into comments, we'll go to the historic structures report. So questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
Just a question on that rear elevation, the new doors and balcony above the garage door. Are there any other sliding patio doors that we previously approved on this project?
There are not. We could do an in-swinging pair of French doors if, you know, the commission felt that the kind of jam detailing would be more consistent. We were kind of, our first inclination was a slider just to save space, but an in-swinging door could work there.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up on that, pick on that door question, the divisions of the lights of the door, was there a thought or precedent of doors, craftsman style doors that you we're thinking of emulating?
Yeah, Chair Grumbine. That's probably a good point. I think the initial thought was to tie it in with the new access door on the understory that goes to the habitable space, which has kind of a similar breakup in the lights, but we could certainly consider other configurations for the sash there.
Okay.
See that elevation to the left again? So that's what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay.
Was there any consideration for changing that door to a more craftsman door?
Well, that was how it was originally approved, so we're kind of sticking to it. But
fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Okay. That was it. Any other questions? Any other questions by the commissioners?
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mayhem.
Yeah, that door that we're looking at right there, the basement door, I don't think that, I mean, these are wooden doors, aren't they?
The lower understory are aluminum clad wood. The upper story, the existing house are all rehabilitated original wood sash.
This is aluminum door, so that's why it has a very, what do you call the lower portion of a French door?
The kick?
Bottom rail.
The kick.
Usually,
Bottom rail?
usually the kick on a traditional house would be, you know, a one would be made by a 1x8 or something like that. This is very contemporary looking, and then the new door that you're proposing to the right is different. I mean, generally speaking, on a bungalow like this, there's some similarity in doors. They're not all different, and some of them aren't contemporary, and some of them are otherwise. So I find that disconcerting.
Sounds like
May I just, the new man door to the garage was meant to emulate the door on the south elevation to the utility area, if we go to that elevation again. So again, that was as approved. So that was just a single light, you know, solid panel door, and that's what was proposed for the new man door. But we certainly would be open to kind of unifying those. Perhaps seems like the French door to the habitable space is sort of the odd man out. So perhaps we modify that to be in sync with the other two doors at that lower level.
That were all previously approved. Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. In that case, let's go on to let's table this. Go on to item B of this item, part B, and let's discuss the historic structures report with Host Hazeltine, if they're here.
You are here.
We're here.
Can you hear me?
All right, great. We can hear you.
Thank you.
I'm here.
And Pam's here too. She's just on.
All right.
Yeah, we're getting spinal fusion from sitting in the chair so long. But in a nutshell, word I've used earlier to my regret, this report focuses on alterations that were not approved in the previous phase 2 that was reviewed and accepted by the HLC. Which had been approved. So our focus was on two kind of areas. One were these changes like the rear porch on the second floor, on the south elevation, on the back of the original historic back of the building, some changes to the ground floor basement level fenestration, which were fairly minor. Pam and I would like to note that French doors are found on craftsman style houses, but we agree that it'd be more appropriate that that was a swing door rather than a slider, that would be a more appropriate configuration. And I think for the door on the side elevation at the basement level, it would, if the pattern of divided lights could draw their inspiration from the actual door of that period with multi-lights would be appropriate. So we're supportive of that. The second part of our analysis was when they relocated the house, much of the historic material on the roof assembly and the front porch was not retained. And so, and that was not in the scope of our previous review. So what the report goes into, and we did this with the assistance of Nicole Hernandez, the city's architectural historian, is to develop a series of measures that would provide and ensure that the porch is reconstructed to match the original in dimensions, materials, decorative details, and type. And the same provisions apply to the roof assembly. So when the roof is reconstructed, the rafters will be true dimensional rafters. They won't be, if they're 2x4 or 2x6, they will be 2x4 and 2x6. The porch detailing, including dental moldings and trim work, they still have some of the material, so those will be used as a template to recreate it. And to ensure that during the rest of the life of this project, Post Hazeltine or another city qualified historian will work with Keith and the contractor to ensure that all those measures outlined in our report will be actually implemented. And if there are issues, we will bring them to the attention of Ms. Hernandez. And so in conclusion, we believe that reconstruction replication to a degree is appropriate. There are provisions in the Secretary's standards and guidance documents that if historic materials and features are lost, that they can be reconstructed to match the original, and the building can still retain integrity of design. And in fact, I think in the national standards, as long as about 25% of the building or so, physical elements of the building remain, then the building would still qualify for listing. So that essentially are our conclusions.
All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may add on that to that too, that the actual roof structure and gable end of the original porch was able to be salvaged. You know, there's been 4 years that have elapsed since this project started before the move actually occurred. And the main central gable portion of the original house was just dry rotted and termited, you know, damaged to the point where it just physically could not be moved. So that portion was unfortunately not able to be salvaged. But the porch roof and gable end, as well as the dormer on the western elevation, was able to be salvaged, and those will be reused and refurbished.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that additional info. All right. Does that conclude your presentation of the
Yes,
report?
Chair Grumbine, we're finished
Okay.
if the commissioners have questions.
All right. So let's go to public comment on this portion, the report. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this part can click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do not have any attendees by webinar at this time, and I don't believe we received any written correspondence. Mr. Novskaya?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. You're right, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you.
All right. Thank you. All right. To the commission for questions on the report. Questions on the report?
Mr. Chair?
The Commissioner, Vice Chair House.
Hearing no questions, I'll make a motion for acceptance of the report as submitted.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Jordan, you were muted, so you lost out on that one. Commissioner Early seconded. All right, under discussion, any discussion?
We were too fast for her.
Yeah. Mr. Chernowski? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we might be having some internet issues here at the city. Everything just kind of cut out for a second. Did you call for a roll call vote?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury. I'm not sure if he's still here. Okay, Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I think that was
Manuel?
Commissioner Mahan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
No, Manuel.
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
We got him.
Yes.
Great,
That's
thank
the third time's the charm. Report.
Perfect. And Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
the motion
yes,
carries.
yes. All right. All right. Well, that was a little easier than the previous historic structures report. Okay, so now I'll go to back to item A now. So we're back to the review after final. So we need to find substantial conformance to the plans granted final approval on July 11th. So as long as these changes are substantially in conformance with our findings of that, then we can accept it. Otherwise, we won't. But so we had questions. Now we're under discussion. So to the commission for discussion, thoughts,
Mr. Chair,
comments. Vice Chair House.
could we go to the front elevation again? I didn't remember what kind of front door it was, so I was hoping it might be a good example for the other French doors. I guess my comments would be that everything is fine except the doors at the balcony above the garage door should be swinging doors. And I think it probably represents the most traditional cut up that I've seen so far. And all the doors should have a family similarity with a taller bottom rail and cut ups suitable for a traditional craftsman residence.
Okay, and I had similar thoughts, and I'll jump in because you brought that up. And I was trying to think, and even though some of the doors were previously approved, I want to check first with staff that we can do this, and then see if, with the commission if they want to do this. But of basically unifying the doors, even the ones previously approved, and because there's also the historians are on this project as part of the conditions. I think we probably could leave it up to to work with the traditional back or side division of the craftsman doors. And I'm just immediately jumping to mind. I think there's some that have like one big pane, and then they have divided into two bottom taller panels or three panels. So there's other versions that aren't the front door that aren't as fancy. And I think that there's also ones that are like French door with lights, but there's sort of a little bit more craftsman way of doing it. So we probably could give the direction that it would be, following a traditional craftsman precedence for, back or side doors, and that the historians would be able to work with them to make sure that was happening, because it would be part of the implementation. That would probably be enough direction that we don't have to work everything out in all ways. Now, so first, as a question to Mr. Hamilton, is that doable? Because this is now before us for final again. Can we rework some of those things or give redirection for some of those doors so that everything's unified and that it's more craftsman? Is that doable within our purview?
Mr. Chair, and to the commission, the short answer is yes. If you want to condition the approval of the review after final on further review of the doors, that would be acceptable.
And could we even do it just attached to the historian, so it doesn't have to come back to us, because we have historians on this as a part of the implementation, right, for all the other details of the project? Could that be rolled into that? So
one way it could be done is you could specify the the specific conditions you'd like as part of this approval, and then leave it to staff to ensure that they are implemented.
Okay. And then the other option would be to have it come back for final on consent or something with those things.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we have all of our options in front of us as ways of going about doing it. And then I would also ask the applicant, because this is under construction, and just so that this is part of the consideration, the doors already ordered or on site or whatever in terms of a style. Or the ones that were previously approved. Okay.
No.
Okay. So there's flexibility there.
Chair, I'll
Okay.
try a motion.
All right. Vice Chair House.
That would be a motion for review after final approval with the condition that the pair of doors at the balcony above the garage door be swing doors, and that the applicant work with the historian to make all the new doors of an appropriate craftsman style, and for staff to confirm compliance.
Second.
All right, motion by Eisterhout, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any discussion?
I think it also has to include that it substantially conforms to the original approval.
Here, here. That's okay with
All right.
the motion.
And okay with the seconder who suggested it?
I hope.
I suppose I would be in agreement since I suggested it.
All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Vice Chair House.
Aye.
Commissioner Uli,
Aye.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes, or abstain, sorry.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, motion carries. And this is this appealable or no?
Yes, it is appealable to City Council.
Okay, so this
A period.
within 10 days. All right, great. All right, thank you all. So this is it. The rest wraps us up, right? So we are adjourned.
Thank you all. Good night.